Here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky. Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
To make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
They pop their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something! Here they go. They're gonna send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Got a great show for you guys today. We're in the league stages, right? So we had a couple days go by so far, but today is going to be a huge day because it's double Sanhok day. And since talking about double, right, I got two of the best dang analysts in the business, Glitter Explosion and 7 Worlds Gaming. What's up, guys? How y'all feeling today?
Well, you know, I may or may not have sustained an injury. I was playing PUBG Mobile a little bit too hard, so we're laid up for now, but I am excited to be back. I missed some exciting play days.
You definitely did. Don't worry though, Glitter. We're about to get some greatness too, especially if Nova's able to perform the way they did yesterday. They were spicy. They were putting out that spice out there, being able to get a lot of illims. How are you? Hot Jukes, how you doing today?
Feeling great, bro. Let's put it this way. If I had the heart glasses, I'd be putting them on right now, just like you had them on all day yesterday. Of course, let's go ahead and bring up the socials, guys. Make sure you go ahead and follow all the official channels. You know, we're talking about the PUBG Mobile Esports Twitter, the YouTube channel. Join the Discord as well. And anytime you go ahead and post some content, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL so we can go ahead and keep up to date with what you guys are feeling, what y'all are thinking. And heck, Feel free to tag us while you're at it, all right? At Hot Jukes, at the 7 Worlds Gaming, at Glitter Explosion. You know, all I know is that every time you use the hashtag PMPL, Glitter gets a hand, you know?
It's true.
And do it. That's right. Guys, all right, so let's go ahead and pull up the overall leaderboard so that way you can get you caught up on what's going on right here. Remember, this is for this league stage. Top 16 is what really matters, and the Panthers are the squad that absolutely are crushing it so far. Ain't that right, Seven?
Yeah, the Panthers just keep on improving. I mean, third place, week 1 league play. During Super Weekend, second place, and right now they're like, you know what, first place sounds kind of nice, so let's take that. And they currently are in first place with 55 points. As you can see there, though, Nova, a complete opposite Nova here. I'm used to seeing them a lot more placement points. Guess what, they were able to destroy in regards to the illims thanks to QC. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a bit. They have 54 points. Boring Protocol, another great team. We've seen what Specs have been able to do. WallStreetBets, one of the teams that I've been backing for a minute. Man, it makes me happy to see WallStreetBets here in the top 4. XSET 2, the defending champions. If we go down the list, I'm starting to see some more of the teams that we kind of expect to be here in the first page. And if we go to the second page, I mean, the only surprise to me, it's Knights a little bit, but I think they're just slowing down a little, just a tiny bit, Glitter.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that holds true throughout the rest of the day today. But the teams that are currently the ones we're keeping our eyes on are the teams that technically would not be qualifying into that next Super Weekend if we were to end everything right here and now. And you can see them flashing. Those are the ones that Seven likes to call that are in the danger zone right now, okay? Like I said, if they stopped it right now, they wouldn't be making it through to the next Super Weekend. And that's scary, Seven, because if that were to happen for K19 and the Hitlist, that would be their second time not making it through.
Yeah, and with K19, I mean, we heard it from Hot Jukes yesterday. I think they were just playing an April Fool's on us, so I'm hoping, April 2nd today, not April Fools anymore. Now it might be time for them to actually wake up. And same with the Hitlist. I mean, we've seen Dope Esports perform really well. We saw HTV Esports get a win yesterday too, so these teams are definitely starting to step it up. By the way, this averages right now that I'm showing you on the screen, this is what these teams were able to do in week 1 of league play. But now I want you to keep an eye on the number next to their name on the left side. That's actually their current placement. So Dope Esports is currently in 9th place, and right now Dope Esports is actually averaging 4.75 placement points. So you can see the huge jump up, and they're also averaging about 3.5 ilms. So overall, Dope Esports is performing great. HTV Esports, this was another team that was able to finish up on a good note yesterday by getting the chicken dinner that I was mentioning. Their ilms, you can see the first week of league play, they got 1.08. Well, guess what? They're currently at 2.5. And when you go to the placement points, they have actually been able to double those 2 points of placement points from week 1 to now a 4.25. And then if we go down the list, I'm sorry, Hitlist, I'm just going to skip you. I'm going to go to K19 because I feel like that's the team that really needs to catch up. The Hitlist, at least it's in 17. They're within grasp. But with K19, oh, man. Placement points, they went down to 0.75. Not even 1 placement point per match. And then the ilms are 0.5. Once again, not even 1 ilm per match. So these teams are the ones that definitely need to kickstart it. You don't want to wait until the last league play and not make it to another super weekend. That's just sad. Come on, man.
This April Fool's joke is lasting way too long. It's been almost 2 weeks here, It's Russell, stop it. Start putting in that work. Well, we'll see how they're going to be able to do here as it gets later on. But first, we go ahead and introduce you again to Mezexis. I did a great interview with Inactive the other day, so why don't we go ahead and roll that.
So the number one, we talked a little bit off screen. Your primary language is Espanol, right?
Right.
Do you guys speak Espanol whenever you're doing your comms in game, or do you speak English? Like, why don't you kind of give us some insight on that?
We all speak Spanish, actually. When we play, when we train, we all the time speak it. We speak Spanish all the time.
Gotcha. So who in the team has got you saying, "Híjole," more than any other squad mate?
We all do it, actually.
There you go.
That one. Sometimes I'm this guy. Sometimes it's Peralta. Sometimes it's Thor. But we all do it.
They all do it. Okay. Well, is there any particular teams that you have been kind of looking at, studying? Who do you really fear going into this tournament?
We are being studying all the teams, actually, and there's like no fear. I mean, if we are here, we can. It's because we have the level to kill all the teams that are here, and that's it. I mean, there's no fear, but actually, it doesn't mean that we don't have to study them. We are taking some analysts, taking some watch in their gameplays.
Nice. Well, I'll tell you what. Once this tournament starts, you're going to do some learning regardless, right? It's going to be a big road up ahead, man.
That's right.
I'm excited to see how you guys do, man. I'm looking forward to it. At the end of the day, you are a lot of people's dreams, right? Being able to get to PMPL as a fresh squad, especially here in 2022, it is not easy. I'm super proud of you guys, and I'm looking forward to see how y'all do. Do you have any final thoughts, any final things you want to say to the people right now before we get started here?
Well, I just want to say thank you for the support, and that was it.
That's it. All right. Inactive, thank you so much, Hermano. Thank you so much for talking to me, and I hope to catch you again here soon, man. Appreciate it, and I'll see you on the battlefield.
Thank you.
What a great interview, dude. Inactive was so awesome to talk to. It's always great to talk to people who, it's their first time playing in PMPL. And this is his first run of it. And I think he's doing a darn good job. He's a little nervous at the start, but the man absolutely crushed it. And, You know, when we're talking about people that crushed it, right?
Ooh.
Gotta talk about QZ, right? QZ has just been an animal. Straight dominance here. Look at that. Them heart glasses on lock. Let's go ahead and pull up that. Look at that. Boom. Popping off your glitter.
I love this. I love this. I love the segue. Jukes, this was perfect because it gives me a chance to talk about Nova, specifically QZ. Look at the upward trend from in average. Now, this is averages, by the way. So this means per game, he's averaging at least this much in damage. Almost average 4 elims, almost 5 knockouts. I mean, the survival time is essentially him just living as long as possible almost. The fact that we were already hyped on QZ after the first week, after the first super weekend, because it was he was a player that I think all of us looked at and were like, okay, he is about to put in work for Nova this entire season. And now he's beating all of those impressive stats here in this second week of league play. I mean, that is scary. We talk about this all the time. We talk about how teams need a superstar or even multiple superstars if they have them to work together as a duo, everyone pulling their weight. And I feel like we've actually seen pop-off moments from so many individual Nova players, but QZ time and time again finding himself in this top spot 7. And I think if he continues this way, not only is he going to be kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Nova, but he's going to start putting himself in the running for things like MVP up against the likes of Coops, etc.
It's not just the control of the recoil. It's not just the angles that this man is able to get. You know what it is now too, Glitter, that we were able to see yesterday is also the grenades, all right? Big Daddy Tensa, I feel like you got a challenge now here in NA when it comes to grenades. And you guys see why? I mean, you saw earlier what he was able to do in Polar Ace. And right there, I mean, another nade. And he's not even done. He's going to set up another one. And he's actually going to be able to blow up 2 people. So overall, I mean, the improvement of this player, it's been amazing, even though this is kind of like the first season that we get to watch him here in North America. I cannot wait to see if he's going to continue on that performance, because he did kind of drop off a little bit when we went to the Super Weekend. So hopefully he continues onto this form, because right now, Nova, I mean, this is insane. I'm going to say it again. Nova has more elims than they do placement points.
Right?
Oh my goodness, dude. These PEL players just ain't playing around, dude. Guy has just absolutely shredded it. You know, another team, of course, I think that's going to be the big contenders we're going to see here besides Nova, right, is going to be the Knights, right? Of course, it's got to be the Knights. Coops and Xenox have absolutely been crushing it so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at their stats, and look at that. Boom, Coops putting up some big numbers here as well, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we just wanted to highlight this because Knights were really quiet yesterday, right? And obviously, somehow, even with, you know, lots lower numbers across the board for all these players, Coops is still finding himself in a top spot in the damage, elims, and knockout categories, which is, you know, at this point, par for the course. Xenox up there in the damage department as well, but this is not what we come to expect from the Knights. I mean, Seven, you mentioned it when we were looking at the overall. We'll have to see if they pick that up here in day number 2. It's possible that they are trying out new things because they're in such a comfortable position after that first Super Weekend, but it just is important to note.
It is, and I should mention it, and for the viewers too, do not panic, okay, if we don't see Knights absolutely popping off. They got almost 200 points in the first Super Weekend, so they can afford to lose a Super Weekend here. They're not like those teams that I was telling you at the beginning that need to step it up in a big way. Knights are just chilling. They're like, okay, let's see what you got. Let me try to do something crazy here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, something crazy would be missing a Super Weekend. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're exactly where they want to be, right? You know, but who knows, right? Who knows? We'll see as they come up here. Let's take a look, of course, at XSET, the defending champions here. I think this is a squad that has definitely kind of been kind of quiet here, right? They don't think they have really made themselves a huge threat. I don't know if that's as predicted, maybe as planned as well, Seven. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll talk about the quietness. Right now, I want to talk about my boy Killswitch. All right, this is a man I've been hyping out for a very, very long time. 1,600 damage, 10 elims, 6 knocks, and the reason why it makes me happy is because last time when XSET actually became champions, it was down to Polo. Polo was the player that was kind of able to carry that team, and you'll hear me say that over and over again because it was a huge factor that we're relying on him way too much. Right now, Killswitch is able to pick up that slack, and we have seen some of the other players stepped it up in big way. way. And talking in regards to the quietness there that you were talking about, Hot Jukes, they have been quiet, but the craziest part is that they have been very consistent in their placement. Their first week of league play, they ended up in 4th place. Their first Super Weekend, 5th place. And right now, currently, as we go into the 2nd day of league play too, they're currently in 5th place too. So even though they have been quiet, they have been super consistent. I would like to see some of the other players step up. We saw Killswitch there with 10 elims. We saw Polo with only 2 elims.
I'm like, are they, you know, kind of sandbagging here at the start? That's the question I have. You guys, of course, tell me what you think in the comments. But let's take a look at the teams that all of the people here on the desk, casters included, have picked, right? The squads that we have decided to keep an eye on. And for me, it's K19, baby. And I'm having to take a look all the way at the bottom, dude. These guys got to start popping off now if they want to make it into the league stages. And of course, Glitter picking that good old-fashioned Nova, and 7WG, BTOWN, picking BTOWN again. Please explain yourself, 7. Please explain.
You know what? I actually picked them because I don't want to pick one of those big teams, and I picked them because of the way that team has been playing. We've been talking about consistency. That team, it's a consistent team, but they're in a consistent downtrend. They're not in a consistent uptrend, so that's why I chose them. And right now, they're kind of, you know what? Let me check with the lens real quick. Oh yeah, they're currently in 18th place. So the consistency is still going down. Come on, BTOWN. You can't do me like this.
I'm gonna need a telescope right here, right, to go see K19, right? But oh my goodness, let's go ahead and pull up the schedule for today, guys, and it's a good one. I'm so excited for today. Look at this, double Sanhok. Let's go, Glitter. I know you gotta be hyped.
Sanhok, Sanhok. I am always hyped on a day where we get a double Sanhok because so far, even just the season, it's given us some really cool results. It shakes things up on the leaderboards. We're getting teams that are now consistent on the map that we didn't necessarily predict were going to be consistent on Sanhok. And I'm a fan. Seven's also a fan. It's always the two of us. We love the chaos, okay? But then also only one Miramar, too, that means. So
I don't mind that. Hey, Sanhok, I'm all for it. Come on, baby. Yo, one thing, though. I do have a challenge for the teams. I want to see somebody just pan somebody.
Yes.
Please. Somebody pan somebody.
Let's get it, bro. Let's see that throwing plan play to get the chicken dinner. All right, guys, let's go. I can hear them footsteps ready. They've got them pans out, 7. I'll go ahead and I'll talk to you guys after match number 1. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. Let's go ahead and bring out our casters here for the first match. It's going to be Sute and Spad Cargo. Guys, it's double Sanhok day. We're going to the jungle. Y'all guys have a good time, and I'll see you after this, all right?
All right, see ya, Hot Jukes. Thanks for the intro. Yeah, we got double Sanhoks today. We saw just yesterday's span what one Sanhok game offered. It was absolute craziness. We saw teams step up and take down 2 major teams that we didn't expect, and then there were hot drop fights to start that off, and we got 2 of that today. How are you feeling about Sanhok?
I'm excited. I'm so excited. That hill is just so deadly. Like, usually it's really hard to go ahead and actually push teams up on that hill, so I'm not really surprised with what happened there. So I'm really looking forward to see if something similar is going to happen on this one, or now that teams have kind of realized from the game yesterday, if something today is going to actually change.
And then we got that hot drop in boot camp. We heard yesterday, we had some behind the scenes info from, I believe, Hot Juice. He mentioned the 2 teams, XSET and Boring Protocol, they are not backing off. They are dead set and clashing with each other constantly. Who do you got to win this time around in boot camp?
Oh man, I'm probably gonna have to go with the same people that won yesterday. I mean, it was just so dominant. It was just like a blink of an eye where the other team was just out of there instantly. So I feel like it's gonna be the same. How about you?
Okay, it's been really back and forth, but I feel like the momentum shift is slowly trending more towards Boring Protocol, right? Like XSET for me right now is still all about kill switch, right? Kill switch we saw in the stats earlier. Absolutely leading the team. Boring Protocol, they got Specs. Specs usually leading the team. But we're starting to see out of Boring Protocol, the other players besides Spec starting to catch up to him in stats and playing more together as a team. And because of that reason, teamwork-wise, they won yesterday, Boring Protocol versus XSET. So I'm kind of going to put my money also on the team that won yesterday, which is Boring Protocol.
Awesome. Seriously, it was a blink of an eye, and XSET was just out of there. That's why I think it's going to be Boring Protocol. Of course, this time, Boring Protocol was one of those teams that ended up pushing up on top of that hill and being eliminated as well. So this time though, hopefully they're a little bit more cautious when taking any more fights down to the southern side. But it looks like we don't have too long to wait. The plane is already moving, and we got a nice plane path right down the center of the map. Of course, not a sweat for any of these guys to be getting where they usually want to go. I'm just excited to see where this first circle is going to be going.
Yeah, this first circle to the east, to northwest, southwest, right in the middle. We'll never know. And we almost forgot to mention the hot drop fight in Sami. That's still a thing too, between the two teams of Nova and the 4Bros team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can see on the bottom left, they are indeed dropping on top of each other. Same with Boot Camp. And ooh, this circle, this is going to be a tricky one.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to know where exactly the circle's going to be going. It has the majority of the water with those rivers inside of it. And that means these guys might have some difficulties on their rotation. So we have to keep an eye on that. Of course, we're not going to be jumping to boot camp real quick. We are going to be taking a look down here at this Sami fight. Last time, it was Nova that really kind of picked apart 4Bros, I believe. Actually, both teams kind of destroyed each other pretty mutually, but it was 4Bros, I believe, was taken out more while Nova was able to survive, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's kind of like a reset for everybody. Try again.
I'm keeping my eyes on the bottom right. You know, one thing that I noticed between the XSET and Boring Protocol fight, and this is pure speculation, pure theory, as... Hold on. I'll get back to that later, as the 4Bros fight in Nova is starting out. So Nova does get the advantage with the initial knock. Positional-wise, Shifan definitely in a key position on top of that roof span.
I love it. I love to see it. Actually, he's going to get a lot of advantageous peeks from him there. You can see that he's trying to look around for him. 4Bros all inside buildings, though, so can't quite spot him out just yet. Looks like teammate is actually kind of helping him, jumping to the next building, and Zifan realizing that he's not going to be able to see anything there. He's going to be running straight into the action. Right inside the building that he goes. I'm a little bit nervous because Russ is leaving the buildings kind of out in the open, and because of that, he's going to be taking a little bit of damage. Kindness spotting him out up on top of the roof. He's going to have a really nice angle on him, and Russ actually goes down with that jump drop shot coming through from Kindness. 4Bros, I believe, only have 2 left here now inside the same building, and Nova is pushing.
Yeah, QZ was on the flank side too to make sure 4Bros doesn't run away. Kindness goes for the drop shot, quickly gets straight at Masters OP. 1v3 at that point. Every angle was being covered and crunched in. Nova dominantly winning that fight, and we saw in the beginning of this fight, or not the beginning, but in the very early stages of the tournament, it was actually 4Bros that beat Nova multiple times, and we attributed it to like ping differences, etc., etc. But what I love is this Nova team has adapted their strategy, really kind of figured out how to best play that fight, and they're absolutely crushing 4Bros now, like no problems whatsoever. Now back to the Boring Protocol XSET fight. What I was going to allude to, this is pure speculation. Now these two teams, they've both been competing for a very, very long time in PUBG Mobile. Everybody knows each other, like all 8 players here. And I would say they're really good friends, and they definitely smack talk each other outside of the game, especially with this bootcamp rivalry going on. I noticed in the beginning, there would be one team that takes the center area of bootcamp, and then Boring Protocol or XSET would take the warehouses and drop somewhere else. But here, now they've both committed, at least in the beginning, to dropping straight in the middle of bootcamp. I almost feel like that's a mutual agreement that they might have talked about outside of the game, because they realize, like, hey, if we both drop here and none of us fight each other, we're both wasting each other's time. How about we just all drop in the middle and see what happens in the initial 1 to 2 minutes, speed up the fight potentially, and then if we win, we win. We go about our ways without getting third party. If you win, vice versa, right? But it is going back to a little bit of a stalemate. We're about almost 5 minutes in, and not a single knock has gone through yet. So as much as they want to get on with this fight, they can't really throw it either by just rushing or bum rushing the other team.
I believe that hypothesis, actually. I mean, if people were to go ahead and share boot camp, it is totally possible, but people can suffer in terms of loot, I feel like. Like, it is a place that people can go on ahead and have two teams totally looted up and be totally fine about it, right? But there is always that chance of potentially just losing one person, or it's difficult. It's unknown. You might not get everything that you want either, and then kind of having to be careful, kind of wasting each other's time. You're right on any kind of rotation that just getting it over with and dropping on top of each other just immediately, I think, may just be fixing that. I think it leaves both of them to a better set in the end. The unfortunate thing here, though, is that you're right, it is past 5 minutes and still not a single knock has happened on both sides. This is what happens when the advantage doesn't come either way, like, fast enough, right? So now both of them are just waiting for the other team to kind of make a mistake or mess up or start the fight so that they get some sort of advantage, but neither team wants to be the one to do it, right? I mean, both of them want to win.
Yeah, it's a pure stalemate right here. You can see some of the players not even having a helmet over on XSET side. Of course, here we are, J7 with no helmet, no meds. Problem is, Boring Protocol don't know what kind of advantage they have as far as gear is concerned. And Boring Protocol might be the same. Some of their players might be missing med kits, missing helmets, missing armor. Not even sure what kind of weapons that they all have to work with. Yeah, Spec here with no vest whatsoever. This might be the reason why they're so hesitant to push. Spec, though, if this nade hits, connects off the window, off the bounce, J7. Ooh, good nade. Gets tagged down to half. Unfortunately for Boring Protocol, though, J7 doesn't get knocked. And, oh, somebody's trying to pass over some meds. J7 runs across in that opening hallway. Luckily for him, no one's watching that for now. The stalemate continues.
While this is happening, it's like at least they're inside of this first circle because they can kind of allow this to continue happening. If this was a crazy zone elsewhere, I'm sure that this would have been a little bit of a faster fight that started. I bet both teams probably saw that, we're okay for now. We can go on ahead and continue to kind of wait for this fight to really pop off and not have to worry about any kind of a movement just yet. The only thing that's probably on the back of their minds is they still have to continue to be careful because if they start their fight like now or in a little bit, in a couple minutes, there's a huge chance that another team is going to be rotating on by, maybe even up on top of that mountain to the southern side and start using it to really annoy everybody inside of boot camp. You end up seeing that a lot, so they have to be a little bit careful about that. It's like a fight back and forth. Oh, but Kill Switch actually goes down. It looks like Boring Protocol decided to make the first push, and XSET's not looking too good. Kill Switch down. 3 of them are left, and no way, J7 falls too.
Yeah, Kill Switch first one down. That's the key target you want to take down from XSET. Quickly followed up by J7. 4v2 situation. A pre-nade goes out. J7 gets thirsted. One goes down. Trade immediately. I believe it's a 3v1 situation. Oh, Carnage somehow managed to get thirsted in that desperate attempt for XSET to get a point. And dropping down from the window like Batman. Tries to shoot off a DBS shot. No connections there. Polo G, 1v3. Boring Protocol's got to be careful, though, because DBS in the close-range situation is deadly, and that is exactly why Spec pushing out by himself. Oh, Acer could have gone down as well there. Very messy. Very messy.
Risk.
Yeah, I don't think either teams, to be honest with you, came out on top there. Both teams... Well, I mean, XSET is definitely out. Boring Protocol technically won that fight, but they're down to 2 members already.
Yeah, right when it goes down to 2, you have to play the game entirely differently. It's not the same as if you were able to keep 3 or 4 people up. So they've kind of missed my mark of success personally for early fights like that. If you have to get an early fight, you have to keep at least 3 people up, but they are still alive. If they're able to play this carefully the rest of the time, they might be able to continue to get placement points or some sneaky kill points as well. And we're kind of right in time for this next circle to kind of reveal itself. You can see that nobody really is around that boot camp area to really have third-party that anyway, so that's really good on Boring Protocol's side, and we're going to see shortly where they're going to have to focus on moving to soon.
Not much movement on the map, to be honest, but that's because, well, with that first circle, it's a huge question mark. Like, where is the zone actually going to shift towards? But with the second one, I think we will see some teams starting to migrate and move into that northwestern island. Teams should be pretty confident in believing the zone will end there. Lazarus, with a very preemptive, huge split. I like the idea behind it. Let's see if the execution pulls through, making sure none of their players get picked off. Of course, the Knights rotating in from Painan just gets a free pass into these central locations. Something that I haven't really put thought into or mentioned as far as the Knights with Painan is Painan's a great spot, but it's actually even stronger now because priority-wise rotation, because there's two teams fighting with each other in boot camp, the boot camp team can't take that bridge crossing or the position where we just saw the Knights were as easily because they're pretty much wasting the time getting stuck on each other. So the Knights, if anything, have an even bigger advantage in all the upcoming PMPL matches when we play on Sanhok because of boring protocol and XSET continuously fighting.
That's interesting. Yeah, you're right. Any kind of rotation over there is kind of free, and they'll always have priority no matter where the zone kind of goes over on that western side. It also, unfortunately, looks like Dope and HTV are going to be duking it out, and both these teams, as we know, need to be getting points. So it looks like HTV is going to be able to get at least 3 kills very shortly after this flush comes through, but also they're hurting. They've already lost Myths, and Quan is currently knocked. This early fight, it's kind of unfortunate to see, in my opinion, because both these guys really need to be staying alive.
Yeah, HTV and Dope, definitely the two teams that really need to qualify this time around. However, I do believe on Dope's side, they're having a way better start compared to last regular league play. Dope coming into this match, sitting in 9th place overall at 33 points. HTV on the other side, coming into this match in 14th overall, sitting at 27. So they're actually really, really close in points together, even though they're 9th and 14th respectively. Boom.
Yeah, Dope did so well yesterday. I'm kind of interested to see if they're going to be able to continue to pull off this time or if HTV will be able to bring it back. Not quite sure. HTV looks like they're just deciding to full-on commit to this fight with Dope, though. Oh, both of them trading a little bit of a Molotov, but Fishy will be the one that goes down. That is Dope eliminated. That's not what they wanted to start off today in 14th place, but HTV going to be happy with that. They have 4 kills and 3 people still up. They have a little bit of blue zone on them now, but they're not too far away from zone. And oh my goodness, Menace, we totally missed the beginning of this fight. That was an amazing 2K. I don't know where HTV was looking, but that was amazing.
Hold on. But HTV ended up winning the overall fight with 3 players up.
Yeah.
You're telling me Dope started off that fight in a 4v2 scenario and then they somehow lost that?
Yeah.
Coming back around? Oh man, Dope definitely dropped the ball on that one. Luckily for them, they had a pretty okay day yesterday. But if this keeps on trending today and tomorrow, we could see them potentially out of the top 16 again.
Oof.
Now we're heading into the next circle shift. We see Lazarus continuing to hold that split, so very comfortable. They pretty much have priority over every potential circle shift coming into this one. So Lazarus is in great position. The Knights as well. The Knights have a lot of leg space to work with, and with that shift up north, Lazarus, they have their pick. And the Knights, they could get pretty central as well.
Yeah, I can see them totally targeting one of those little compounds more towards the center there. We also saw another member of Boring Protocol just get eliminated there on this map view. So that means Acer is the last one live for Boring Protocol. A lot of teams now having to make their way inside of this zone. Only 3 teams actually inside of it currently. That means it's going to be going through quite a lot of growing pains, especially as a ton of people are probably going to be trying to rotate over on that eastern side. HQA is already there, and we can see 3 different colors already trying to make their way in that direction too. I'm a little bit worried since they're so spread out. They're going to really need to protect the area the best that they can if they're hoping to kind of hold on to that side of the islands. Oh, and the complete other side, Panthers having to deal with a fight of their own. One of them already going down against WallStreetBets.
WallStreetBets coming in from the flank side of the Panthers. They definitely were not expecting that. Panthers down to 2 players. Moso also knocked and just confirmed. The Panthers, arguably one of the strongest teams we have competing in the North American PMPL, taken down to 2 so quickly by WallStreetBets. I mean, that's just the chaos of Sanhok. You always got to be on your toes and aware of teams potentially coming in from your flanks from the blue. WallStreetBets. Oh, they're going aggressive. Oh, 24K drives right on by. Doesn't get the run over, but the shimmies left and right. He manages to pick up another Panthers player. Panthers now down to 1. And Huayuya, well, 2 first aid kits. Not much he can do if he wants to do a med strat.
Oh man, he's just down to the southern side of WallStreetBets, and it looks like he's turning his vehicle kind of around. He's not going to be traveling in that direction anymore. Back down to the southern side he goes. Maybe he'll be able to find a different entrance into zone down here without a team fully hunting for him, because they know that there's only one of those people left. So he's going to be going down to the south, elsewhere inside of this zone. It's just, honestly, I don't know where he's going to be able to make a move on in, because the water is just such a complete blocker for so many teams in this rotation.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough time navigating this one. HQA, not on that northwestern island, instead staying on the eastern island with a heavy 2-2 split. They look like they are just dead set on camping out teams on the eastern island, still trying to make their way in. They have 2 on the north side of that road, where the bridge connects to the northwestern island, and 2 on the south side of that road. So getting a complete spread here. Hopefully it works out for them, because WallStreetBets, they're making their push onto the northern side. It's going to be a 4v2 situation for HQA.
Oh man, we saw Sunny Pig already backing on up here, but of course his teammate is still stuck there by the rock. I think it's interesting that they decided to kind of actually spread apart in this situation. Maybe they'd be able to have some sort of angles, but it doesn't quite look like it. 24K gonna be able to get a knock on a Sunny Pig as well. And wait a second, they might be distracted from this fight on the HQA, making a move up to the northern side. They might run into HTV instead, so we have to keep an eye on that. As he is trying to hide, but they need to wrap this up quickly, because we can see that map on the side. The zone has shifted to the other island, Zute. They need to get a move on. If they want to focus on kills, they have to do it quickly if they're hoping to continue this game.
Yeah. I love the idea out of HQA as Sunny Pig, or I believe that is Sunny Pig, or is that Sub Pig? That is Sub Pig, gets one. I like the idea, camp north and south, pick up all the eliminations, but the execution is not there, and you hate to see it. They go from 4 members down to just 1, and they get only 2 points in return. WallStreetBets, on the other hand, force to bulldoze their way in and doing a really good job of it. But the blue zone is going to be closing very shortly, and the play zone is only going to do more and more damage, as these 2 teams on the eastern island, they need to make their way in.
WallStreetBets slowly healing on up at this point. I mean, if they make a rotation more on the northern side, they're going to run into the rest of HTV. And actually, BTOWN, they've been boat-tating this entire time, Zute. So they're going to be far up on that northern side as well. It doesn't look like they're going to be focusing on that, though. They know that there should be another member of HQA left behind. So they're going to start rotating down to the south. And that means they're going to be running into the last member here shortly. Here we go. They probably heard the footsteps across from each other at this point, right on the other side of this rock. Drago now trying to get the last kill, and he will be able to successfully do so. I mean, only a solo left. HQA, that was going to be a really difficult situation for them to get out of, but now WallStreetBets, they're the furthest team from this zone, other than, of course, Execute, but we're not going to think about them right now. They're so far away, but a couple of teams have already made themselves their way in, and one of them being Knights, actually. We've been watching them make their rotation up on this island to the northern side for a while, and it looks like they found themselves quite an advantageous spot with a lot of overlook onto people.
And Acer, you see him in your sights, still alive, and Huauya from the Panthers managed to navigate himself all the way to the dead center of zone at that very isolated compound south of the hot team area. So very good driving and navigation skills for them. WallStreetBets gonna try and drive their way in, stopping a little bit short to do some scouting. Okay, I respect that, rather than full sending in, but this zone is going to hurt a lot when it closes.
Polar Ace being on the other side, though, that is just a perfect reason to just stop your vehicle. I don't think that they probably heard the vehicle, but they gotta go because the zone hurts. They're gonna run into HTV instead, though. I think that's gonna be a big push coming through from WallStreetBets in that situation, but Polar Ace will have eliminated HTV, and yep, there it is. WallStreetBets taking a look on over there, and the Knights have spotted them out there so low in the blue zone. It's just a blink of an eye, and they're out of there. Same with the blue zone kill, actually gonna help that out, and same with Execute out in the background. We didn't even get to see them inside of any of these zones. It was just too much damage and no way for them to get here quick enough. We're down to our last 8 teams to try and get that chicken.
Lazarus looking really good, though, using their smokes to cross over to this compound. Huauya, he's gonna pop up, is not able to get the confirmation, but he's got that grenade in his hand. Could get another one. Oh, the third party from the Knights in the background. It's a 1v2 situation. Fierce goes down. Joey knocked. Panthers might actually be able to hold this down.
Oh, he tried
the drop
so
shot.
hard. No way! No way! The Knights took out Lazarus as well from afar, Zute. That is insane. The third party was perfect there. I mean, that is such a good compound that they needed to get rid of people in there. Otherwise, it would have been a thorn in their side this entire time. But that was perfect catching them outside there.
Yeah, Lazarus went from looking great to, well, cast a curse pretty much. 4 up, down to nothing in a blink of an eye. Of course, the Knights, though, looking extremely strong. And I love how when they eliminated that team from the compound, they instantly sought to gain more control and more ground. You see that spread, a 1-1-2 spread. And it just so happens the 2 players that they stacked do get that zone on their southern side. TC, by the way, still has 4 players up. Not a single elimination yet. Let's see what TC can do in the next couple of minutes here with their 4 players. Not in the best position. And with the Knights on the high ground, this 4-man team could very soon meet the same fate as Lazarus.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. They're very much out in the open. I think they realize that he's starting to make a big drive, trying to see if it's an open space for them to play out of, but the Knights are instantly going to be like, nope, it is not free for you to go on ahead and takes out one. Polaris is eliminated in the background, and honestly, the Knights moving here was such a big brain move for them. We saw them after they took out Lazarus kind of driving towards the compound, but instantly like turned around right when they realized where this next zone went. Here comes the rest of the Chosen, but no way, Jimmy from BTOWN. No way, was that a 3K for him? That is so many points he's able to grab for his team, and now that's it. At least he was able to get those points. That was such a hard decision from him. That was huge.
It's Jimmy coming in hot. Yeah, like I said, TC, they had 4 players, but due to their position, not able to utilize any of them, to be honest. And we're down to 3 teams. We got the hit list right underneath Nova. And underneath the hit list is a 4-man team of the Knights.
Ouch.
If there's a potential, Span, real quick, there's a potential the circle might shift only to this high mountaintop. And oh, it doesn't entirely shift up there, so the Knights still will be able to play in the zone. But this is circle 7. We got circle 8 coming up before it goes to 9. And with so much of the zone on this high ground, Nova might actually win this by default if the Knights just are forced to bake in the blue zone.
That's very true. The only thing I can think of is that maybe hopefully since the Knights, all the fights that they've taken have been kind of far away so far, maybe they were able to kind of save up on utility. Maybe they can chuck it up here. But yeah, it looks like they did get a knock into one of them. Xenox with that kind of alternate position over there on the eastern side still. He has to be forced to come in though because that blue zone is going to start closing. The rest is coming through, so they didn't get the flush onto Nova, but they have to start moving down, and we'll see. The hit list could totally ruin this for Nova. We'll see in a moment here because here we go. They're starting to jump down, and it looks like he does not get it. He's out, and now officially down to the last 2. I'm really excited to see where this next zone's going because you're right. The Knights, there's no way for them to get up here if it pulls up onto this mountain.
That was like a scene out of like a movie, like Mission
Impossible.
It was. You got 2 Nova players dropping down, rappelling down with their, invisible ropes, SMGs in hand, shooting as they fly down. The hit list stood no chance. And with this next circle, I mean, I think the viewers can't tell too accurately, but I got another big screen on with just the map, and that is looking like fully on the high ground. I think the Knights... Ooh, even with my bigger monitor, I can't really tell if the Knights are in zone or not. I think they might be.
I think they are. I think they are a tiny bit underneath that cliff, just the tiniest bit. But it's gonna, no matter where this next zone goes, Knights aren't really gonna be able to move anywhere. Oh, this could be huge. Nova with their nades, if they're able to kind of hit any of them, that would be massive. But I think this is kind of like an overhanging cliff where, like right underneath them, it like goes in some. Yeah, so I don't even know if, I don't think either of these teams are really gonna be able to be aggressive on each other. At this point, it might just be a waiting healing game.
One thing that I always thought about that I've never seen any players really do yet is you just toss a grenade straight up in the air, like angled like 89 degrees, right? So that 1 degree of travel time will make it arch just enough to land
No
right
way!
below.
Wait!
Well, I mean, QZ QZ didn't have the meds, right? Koi has all the meds, so QZ went to see if he could do anything. But it's, yeah, it's going to come down to Medoff. Now, we know Nova, their initial strategy on Sanhok, dropping way down in the southwest, is for that med strat, because there's so much loot there, and they actually made it to the late game. So Nova, I feel like, have more meds than the Knights, but the Knights have 4 players that they can all drop their meds to, and the Knights, I don't think they managed to loot many of their eliminations. So I don't know how many meds they have. I'm willing to bet Nova's going to be able to out-med the Knights team.
See Coop's getting ready. He's shoving himself in that little crevice there. He's ready and waiting. I'm surprised he's not going and getting a little bit of damage from the blue zone, maybe so he can start off that healing. But Koi, he's also just laying prone. This really does come off to a Medoff. Tenza going down there. Coops is officially the last one alive, trying to go on ahead and use that first aid kit, but he didn't time it correctly. He didn't take any damage, so that's going to be a big winner chicken dinner to Koi there.
Yeah, Koi also had maybe like 6-7 more seconds before the blue touched him. So the zone did indeed go up to that top. And, well, that was a rather anticlimactic ending, but definitely interesting to see. You know, Nova, the team that pretty much is based their entire Sanhok game from the med strat, from the get-go, end up needing to utilize med strat, but then not even having to med and still getting the win. So good job to Nova. But of course, you know, on the round report, with Nova not really getting involved in the fights, is actually the team of the Knights and Boring Protocol on here, but of course QZ, you know, they travel quite a far way up to that northwestern island.
They definitely played it more safely, especially since they lost 2 people really early on. It was just positioning at that point, and that just really goes to show that was a perfect example actually of how on Sanhok you have to be really wary of all of those cliffs, because it could come down to zones like that where if you're not at the top or the bottom, that just could take the game without anything you can do about it.
It was the Knights' game to win, but unfortunately for them, no matter how well they played that one, the zone just did not favor them. It favored Nova instead. And so I think that does it for game number 1. We'll be right back after a quick break and a toss over to the analyst desk.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AARs, like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
Wow.
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 How?
How? Wow.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? First, I gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And where was the Monster Energy for the Knights? Where was it? Where were the energy drinks? Where were the band-aids? Where were the first aid kits? I want a full written essay, and I want an apology video with tears from the Knights right now. Nova, are you kidding me? Glitter, you had this one picked. You had this one picked. You knew Nova was gonna do it. Look at that chicken dinner, looking good for Nova. Glitter, take it away.
You know, though, I didn't know they were going to do it this way, Jukes, but I will take it. First game of the day, and it was a heel stretch. Just not the heel stretch I think we anticipated. At the end of it all, Knights and Nova tie in their overall points. So they did something. I mean, we saw G able to keep it alive for a long time for the Hitlist, getting them a ton of placement points, which they clearly needed since they only had one elim. We got to talk about BTOWN, but we'll save that one for a little bit later. WallStreetBets, they were looking very, very strong, keeping up their aggression. 7 elims with only 1 placement point, which means they got them very, very early on in the game, and we love to see at least that type of consistency out of some of these teams who struggled in that first week of league play. And then as we go on to the second page here, 7, at least HTV, we also did talk about them. We were watching HTV getting some more points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, definitely some teams being able to take advantage of teams of like the likes of Panthers, right? Panthers being out super early with only 2 points total. XSET as well. They were out super early due to the hot drop that they just love doing. And right here we see Doe being able to at least secure 2 of the elims there from HTV. Overall though, what a crazy game. I mean, also Glitter, what was QZ thinking just dropping down? Did he think he was gonna be like able to survive? Like, did he think he was Superman?
No!
What happened?
He said, you know what? I'm gonna give you all of my heals. Koi, this is on you. And then he YOLO'd to see if he could maybe get a free elim in there. And I don't know about you, Jukes, but I feel like Knights thought they were going to have a similar strategy where they were supposed to dump all their meds onto one person, and then it just didn't go their way.
It's what it looked like, as you saw Coops just bust out that first aid a little wrong. I wonder if it was because of the elevation on the hill. Like maybe he tried to get that first aid off and it just kind of disrupted it, and then tried to get it off again and it was just already too late. Whatever it was, I mean, it looks like Nova didn't even have to heal strat. They just had to stay on top and get it done. So because of that, I think the QZ jump was intentional. It was the play, right? Right? Because
Yeah.
it worked. They got the chicken dinner. So again, you know, 2,000 IQ play from QZ there, Glitter.
And you could see as these highlights are running in the back some of those moments there for WallStreetBets. Polar Ace also looking like they had started off a little bit better for themselves. We didn't see a whole lot out of HQA. They did get a couple elims on the board, but nothing crazy. This was pure insanity though, 7. Jimmy, the destroyer of the Chosen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I picked BTOWN. And they're starting to deliver. I think they heard that beginning. And right here, I mean, it might have been with what you were saying, Hot Jukes. And also, if we are going to be giving credit to QC for that drop, right, another thing that we can also say is that maybe Coops thought that the other player was also going to try to drop. It could have been both things. But then we go here to the top damage. And WallStreetBets is actually able to end up with the most damage, 1,300, 7 elims, but then we go to Knights. I mean, talk about conversion, Glitter. 10 elims out of 1,100 damage for Knights.
We love it. We love to see stuff like that, okay? That is efficiency at its finest, and that is what we want to see out of the Knights. We had called them out, saying, yeah, they had a slower day yesterday, and we were going to be watching them today to see if they continued to kind of stay quiet or if they wanted to bounce back a little. In this first game, barring the med situation, they've already more than bounced back.
Talking about meds? I got you.
Got all the props, dude. Triple kill, dude. Freaking the Chosen town coming up big. Hey, but you know what? I think Glitter Thomas is back, even though she's injured, right? First prediction right already. So I'm going to start keep my little scoreboard here right now with that nice little pick. Let's take a look at the top players here. Look at these numbers. Coops putting up some big numbers here, Glitter.
back again, big time for the Knights. 6 out of those 10 elims go the way of Coops, but what I love to see is that 2 out of the 3 players are on Knights. Xenox, yet again, up here with his duo now, because I'm calling them that, in Coops and Koi. And I had talked about how we highlighted QZ, about how well he was doing, and you had said that he had fallen off a little bit during the Super Weekend, but the person that picked up that slack was Koi. Koi is QZ's duo kind of now in that sense, and when QZ isn't on full top Slayer form, Koi's right there.
And to give even more credit to Nova on the last match too, they did lose Kindness like right away due to the hot drop that they did with 4 Bros. So good job Nova. You guys are, the match that you guys, I'm sorry to say this, but sucked the most in League 1. You guys are actually doing a lot better here as we go into Week 2 for League play.
Oh, I mean, speaking of a lot better, right? BTOWN with that beautiful play at the end of the day. 7 WG's picks. Look at those team stats there, 7. Talk to me.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, BTOWN, my pick, my boy Jimmy. I'm just gonna start. You know what, Jimmy? You're my boy now because you're helping me save face here. You're helping me not curse you guys. 500 damage. They're at least being, you know, they're being consistent in regards to the damage. Hopefully that will turn around. The heals is Sanhok, so we're just gonna keep it at that. But the elims, I think that's what's so important. Not only that, and also the average survival time. If you see 6 minutes difference, that's gonna be huge when you go in regards to placement points, as they were able to clutch up 8 placement points in that last game. So stuff like this is stuff that's gonna be helping BTOWN in a huge way to just get out of the bottom of that leaderboard, considering yesterday they had 13 points. And right here, we'll look at the stats. Jimmy, as I mentioned, he was able to destroy the Chosen there, and I thought that was huge. Jazz, Midnight. Hopefully, you know, the next matches will be better. And I just mentioned, viewers, yesterday they had 13 points total after 4 matches. Today, they were already able to secure 12 points. So that's a huge turnaround, and hopefully these players can carry that momentum into the next games.
That's right, Jim. You're going to be doing a lot of the right there. You had that backpack all that last match. You know, speaking of carry, Hitlist, right? Coming up as well. We were scared. They were on our hot seat right here at the start of the day. They need to put up some big points. And for the first match being Sanhok, I think they did dang good, right? So let's go pull up their stats here. Look at this, comparing week 2 day 1 versus week 2 day 2. 7, break it down for us.
Yeah, with this team, I mean, it comes down to the same thing that BTOWN was trying to do. Survival time. Just the placement points. Try to find something that's definitely going to help you out. And with the hit list, they were blessed with all the madness that was going on in Sanhok, and that's one of the main reasons why I love Sanhok. You can see the survival time right there, and alongside with BTOWN, the Hitlist was able to secure 11 points. Yesterday, they were able to secure 15 points, so they're going to be able to, hopefully, Glitter, I'm telling you, and I'm going to stick to it, hopefully they can carry some momentum here, and maybe they can narrow down some of those placement points and then start worrying about the elims. Anything, just baby steps.
Baby steps, indeed. Speaking, though, of that play you were talking about earlier, 7, that fight with Nova that made them lose kindness against 4 Bros on Sanhok very early on, that they were able to bounce back very successfully from. I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit torn because they continue to do this hot drop with 4 Bros, and sometimes we see them come out on top, all 4 surviving just fine. Other times we see them struggle a little bit, but the one thing that I do love is that every time we get a chance to see the fight, they look more confident in this engagement. They're pushing better as a unit, and they're more willing to be aggressive here early on, which in the long run I think is going to bode very well for Nova.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. I feel like they're starting to collect more data, and this is a team that can definitely use that to their advantage. The way they've been able to adjust to 4 Bros since week 1, we've seen them being able to get better angles. And right here, this is the plays that I was talking about, Jamie. Ladies and gentlemen, if it wouldn't have been for this play, the BTOWN and the hit list stats would have looked the exact same. But luckily for BTOWN, I mean, that explosion right there. Sheesh, my man. Let's go, Jeep.
Monday. All right, guys. Hey, Glitter, so far you're 1-0 on predictions here today. I know you got the injured paw, but you're crushing it so far, okay? So I need your prediction for this match. Who is it gonna be?
You know what? I think that I'm gonna go with... You know, I'm changing my mind again. I'm going with Knights. They're going to bounce back after messing up the heal strat.
You're right. You're right. They could be a little bit angry. 7, give it to me, quick.
Yeah. You know what? let's not break what's broken. Yeah. Glitter. Knights. I'm going with that too.
Maybe a triple, bro. It's all Knights here on the desk, guys. Thank you so much. We'll catch you here after game number 2. Let's bring in our casters right on back. Zute, Span Cargo. Man, y'all must have had a blast casting that one. I hope this one's just as exciting. Y'all keep killing it.
All right, thank you, Hot Jukes. Yeah, this one's gonna be fun. Of course, that Sanhok match was something else. Didn't really expect a non-med strat win for that one, Span.
Yeah, and when we actually got to watch that playback, it definitely did become clear that I feel like Coops did fall down that hill when he was trying to get his heal off or something. That's really what messed it up. So we'll see if the Knights will be able to kind of bring it back and secure their chicken this time, or if a different team. We got Group E in here now, Group D sitting out. So we got K19 Esports, Mezexis, and Vamp in here once again, and I feel like I've definitely become that person. It's all like, I need the underdogs to succeed, you know what I mean? So like, I'm keeping an eye on K19. I'm hoping that they'll be able to bring it back. And since they're playing in this match, it's on Erangel. It's on the map that everybody like knows super well. We'll see if K19 can kind of grab those points that they need.
Yeah, K19, I do believe coming into today after yesterday's game in dead last place. They only had 5 points and 4 games.
Yeah.
Now, we've been grilling K19 extremely hard. We even had high hopes for them in the very first week. That was one of the teams I was not expecting to not make the Super Weekend. And this time around, you know, we're all thinking they'll bounce back because they have those veteran players with veteran experience. But day one went horribly for them. And I feel like if they don't bounce back here in this very first game, their mood is just going to be completely shot for the rest of the day. And we all know what happens if you go into day number 3 on the chopping block. It just gets even more and more difficult, and more pressure is on them.
I was gonna say, I feel like the thing that they're probably fighting right now is their mentality, and they're probably maybe worrying a little bit too much. So you're completely right. If they don't do well in this first match that they're playing, that might just be it for the rest of today. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. If they do well, maybe they'll be able to pull off a lot of big games for the rest. But we'll have to wait and see. This really kind of sets the bar, I think. And of course, the super southern plane path might not be the best start. We'll have to wait and see. Everybody's going to be trying to spread out to get a good loot spaces for themselves, but there might have to be some overlap just because of how low this plane path is.
Yeah, very far on this southern side.
Ooh.
The first circle, well, going up to the northwest, we see the Knights do this alternate drop where they actually drop here for vehicles and some loot, but they will drive up to Yas to continue looting. And with this type of circle in particular, because it is on the northeastern side, I think that is exactly what we're going to see happen. And now, I don't ever really do this, but you know, when teams perform, you know, not too good, I usually always, you know, give some sort of, you know, leeway, you know, and whatnot. But when it comes to K19 in particular, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. If they have a bad game here, like if they go out early, Span, I'm going to come in with an interjection on why I think they're doing bad. And it's definitely going to be more on the critical side. Probably one of the more critical statements I will make. So hopefully I don't have to make that live on air. But in all honesty, it's tough love, man. Like, I know these players for so long, and they really should be doing better, in my opinion. And if they still fail on this one, I'm going to give them that harsh love.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye on them and see if they're going to go out not in a good way to make you just be brutally honest, it seems. Right now, they did drop. They're driving away. They're kind of driving up towards that northern spot, driving past Mansion. They're getting really far away from people, so hopefully they're not going to be near anybody anytime soon. Hopefully this is the turnaround so that Zute doesn't have to be a big bully. I mean, we'll see.
I'm generally known as, like, you know, the nice guy. Never really want to start any controversy or have any fighting words, but honestly, like, K19, they're really pushing me here, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, so that the first few minutes of this match, Erangel, looking at the teams spread across the map. No teams really contesting each other or even near close to each other enough to have a potential fight. So we're going to be starting off with a very quiet game of Erangel, much more quieter than what we saw on Sanhok in that last match.
I wasn't really expecting it either, honestly, because the plane path was so bad, basically. You know, it was so southern that people had to have kind of gotten really close to each other. But also, I mean, I say that, but these teams are so good at making sure that they spread out and stay away from each other, because early game fights are just not worth it. It's just not worth it if you're not specifically fighting for an area from another team, right? So they were able to spread out enough. It is a little bit concerning up here. We're kind of looking at a Nojo right now, and Vamp is here. There's 2 other teams on the other side of the water from them, so a little bit too close for comfort. Like, it might be difficult for some teams to be making their initial rotations, but we'll have to wait and see. Knights, though, not having any kind of trouble. They're actually one of the earliest teams to be moving here. They're just sending it right on up into the center of this first zone, and honestly, taking a look at it, I don't really see anybody kind of to get in their way, so right up to Potato Hill they go. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to kind of stop off at.
I think they're actually going to just drive towards Yaz, like I was saying. Like you saw in Tensa's, equipment, he had no meds, level 1 gear. I don't think they're going to play a position center of the circle. Also, that's not really the Knights, go-to strategy.
Yeah.
I actually had a talk with Tensa a while ago, back when he was still on Ghost Gaming. And Ghost Gaming, their strategy was to play very center, like almost every circle shift. And I remember when the team disbanded, Tensa came to me and asked one day, like, Zute, as a ex-competitive player, what is your thoughts on, like, the best meta? Is it supposed to be a center strategy from the get-go, or is it better to kind of play off-center and control your spacing and then wait for the, hard shifts? And I told him, like, hey, I've always been a fan of the way how edge teams play, how they're able to control this situation from zone to zone. And Tensa, he told me, like, you know what, I think you're absolutely right, because Ghost Gaming, they were doing well with that center strategy early on last year, when I feel like teams haven't really caught up, like meta-wise and strategy-wise. It became much more difficult, and teams that controlled the edge and fight their way in, or with spacing, those were the teams that remained dominant. You can see on the minimaps, man, the Knights are indeed driving up to Yaz to loot, so they're not making that central rotation as we might have thought.
Yeah, no, they're doing it in a 2-2 kind of split as well, so it looks like they're successfully getting there. That's kind of an amazing rotation, I will say. They ended up getting there from so far away, and they didn't get in any fights, but that's an interesting conversation that you actually brought up there. It is known that, some people kind of play more of that center circle play, kind of be a little bit more careful and go for a little bit of placement points, and then others that play more edge usually get to be a little bit more aggressive and get more kill points. And for this entire time, usually it's just down to the team and the players on it and how they want to go ahead and play it off. But I've definitely been feeling like there has been a shift towards, if you can't go on ahead and achieve like a high amount of kills like K19 Esports is getting right there onto Jimmy, you're going to have to get them somehow, right? Like, even if you're playing center, you have to still kind of be a little bit proactive and kind of reaching out and finding those kills like those edge teams are going to be able to.
19E picking up elimination right there. First casualty of the match. We're 7 minutes in. Taking a look at the map, there is one team that does play very center, which is Nova on each circle shift, but it's unique the way Nova plays center, right? The card taking a little bit of a slip there, but yeah, when Nova plays center, we always reference how Nova plays extremely split. I think if you're a center playing team, you have to be split enough to keep your options open on hard shifts. Yeah. Because if you play center and you're all clumped up together, you'll have so many teams surrounding you, and your exit strategy is pretty much blocked and at the will of other teams when the circle hard shifts off you potentially. So if you are a center-heavy team, I think you got to do it the way Nova does, which is extremely split. But then that also requires a way higher skill ceiling from each individual player to know how to play on his own and adjust to if an enemy team approaches. And then on top of that, your teammates have to be able to help you out and know how to help you out when a teammate's caught by himself and under pressure. So it's like the center strategy is viable, but it's not as easy as just go center circle. It used to be when teams were scared to fight and challenge. But nowadays, teams are much more comfortable challenging, so you gotta create spacing by being split up and split apart in the middle.
Sorry, I was just laughing at the the replay of Fear just rolling down Everest a little bit there. But yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that if you play center, you have to know how to kind of extend yourself and be able to still kind of be aggressive and get kills while holding that center spot. But it's so difficult because you have to be a little bit more disciplined with where exactly you're going. You have to be more aware of your teammates, and then you have to be more aware of your surroundings as well. You can't just go on ahead and continue to stay split, for example, if the zone is definitely calling for you guys to condense. Just a bunch of stuff like that. It doesn't look too good for Execute, though, in their first rotation. A little bit interesting to see them trying to actually go south, in my opinion, on this into BTOWN. They might as well just grab their vehicles if they can and go right back on up to the northern side and finish the rotation up there.
Execute a team that's constantly struggling playing in from the edge. I feel like they just are not making the right rotations as we're going over to more central of the map. Boring Protocol getting into a fight with the Hitlist. Now the Hitlist yesterday on Sanhok took down Boring Protocol and the Knights back-to-back in 4v4 situations. So the Hitlist hopefully able to carry that momentum from yesterday into today's matches. And once again, yeah, getting the better of Boring Protocol. I'd have to say Sam also goes down. Godblade gets traded by that nade, but it's only Acer up. It's a 2v1 situation. And Acer, he brings it down to a 1v1. Can Acer be the guy to clutch this up? Shots rain through the smoke. I think only one of them managed to connect. This fight can go either way.
It really can, that 1v1. I think his down teammate was helping Acer with giving him a little bit more information, but he ended up getting flushed immediately. Oh, no way! Yeah, Nova Koi, he ends up appearing. He gets that last kill though there. It looks like Boring Protocol might be able to get one res off, but Koi, it looks like he might be driving close. Yeah, no, Acer, he doesn't even want to risk it. He's getting out of there, and that means that his teammate, Carnage, is going to be flushed, but at least he's able to survive for his team. Maybe he'll be able to fully get away and survive the rest of the game.
I love how Acer drove off immediately before Nova even got too close, because when the last player of the Hitlist went down, right, they could see in that kill feed that it was Nova doing the third partying, and Boring Protocol know damn well if it's Nova third partying, they're gonna go through with it all the way through and hunt down all of the players. Whereas if it was a different team, you know, coming in third partying, Acer might have actually went for a little bit of a risk and see if he could get away with reviving Carnage. But if it's Nova, no chance. They're gonna see it all the way through and try and get every elimination point possible. The circle did shift, by the way, in the middle of all that action. We're shifting down a little bit more towards the south side, so basically Potato Hill, where we just saw Nova, is dead center of the circle. And Fates ending up drowning there. Not sure what's going on with this Execute team, but they're not looking too good.
No, they don't. Only two of them now being able to kind of leave at this point, not going back to try and pick up Fate. I mean, it is only Circle 2, but it looks like Jason Yang, they just want to get in at this point. Can't use any more of their meds. And also, we've been looking at Mezexis and XSET kind of trade bullets back and forth with each other towards the very center of this map. They're kind of just waiting to see where this next zone's going to go. I feel like they're actually kind of the most southern teams, ironically, on this side of the map over here on the eastern side. So we'll have to see if this zone's going to favor them next, or if they're gonna have to try and venture on up. Right above them to the north, there's just colors everywhere. There's so many teams, and it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Yeah, here we go. Now we can actually see where everybody is kind of deciding to condense it towards. It's right up to the northern side, and very shortly this next zone is gonna shift and kind of reveal where everybody else is gonna have to move.
You see Nova in the middle, but they're playing, once again, like we mentioned, that nice split, and the circle will shift hard to the northeastern side. It favors the likes of the Knights, and also K19 a little bit favored there. I feel like K19, this is a good opportunity for them to make, you know, somewhat of a greedier rotation, because the hard shift favors them. But they're not moving fast enough, and you can see so many other teams already in their vehicles potentially getting ahead of them into a better central position.
Yeah, you always have to be ready for that. Right when it hard shifts, you have to be moving immediately. You can see that Nova, Mezexis, XSET, actually all of them sort of sending it for these compounds down here on the southern side of this new circle. Couple of shots kind of ringing out, but nothing happening just yet so far. Otherwise, XSET still trying to venture forward because they don't want to stay at that compound all the way down to the southern side. This really is the opportunity to kind of venture forward and see what else they can do. And K19, unfortunately, finding themselves in an altercation against Vamp up here in the forest. Oh, Swins almost getting a knock on his chest there, but unfortunately just ran out of bullets. Couldn't go on ahead and knock it down. And Vamp, they're a little bit lower. K19 has the height advantage in this situation. Mayo trying to use some util, trying to get a knock onto Cess there, but doesn't quite work out until Benny actually gets it with the nade. So nice knocks on the K19. Vamp kind of turning it around, and you're right, the Knights hear the noise and they're coming to try and capitalize off of it. They want this third party.
I love the way third parties are being kind of advanced right now as we watch more and more of these PUBG Mobile competitions. It used to be third parties would be a full team committing to that third party, but now we see teams using one or maybe just two players. The meta is definitely evolving because they keep two in the backside to lock down their positions, and they have two venture out to do the third party. You don't need a full team to do a third party. That's the whole point. When you're third party and team, you're already at a huge advantage, so you don't need to dedicate that manpower. So the Knights doing a great job of that. And well, K19 down to 2 players, not looking good for them. I might just have to give that little speech of mine if they do get eliminated, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes, man.
Yeah, I mean, with the introduction of the Knights, it is quite interesting that the 2 members of K19 just decided to get out of there, and so did Vamp. Both of them are just like, third party happening, we just gotta leave, no way, no way. And I mean, both teams are now still alive because of it. Knights instantly just kind of went back to their original position, though, so I guess that third party kind of ended that fight in a way. Nobody wanted to kind of continue to participate with the Knights starting to kind of show up, so that stopped that immediately. This is still going to be really difficult for a ton of teams down here on that southwestern side of this zone because there's still Nova and Panthers and even Dope just getting inside zone right now that they're going to have to find places to play out of this, and it's going to be pretty hard. This next circle shifting going to help them a little bit and that it pulls towards them, but Azute, like all of the good compounds are already taken.
Yeah, pretty much. The Knights, they might even elect to take the, I think we call it Sky Hill, the hill right south of that compound. But they're doing a 1-3 split, which I absolutely love. Keeping 1 player at the building and 3 maintaining the high ground of that hill. Seeing many other teams having to move their way in. 19 Esports have a strong compound too. HQA sitting on the edge, getting that circle shift. Many teams got to move in, though. I'm looking at the south side. We might see some spicy action happen between the Panthers and Nova.
Oh, I would love to see it. And we can see Panthers right now just finally getting inside the zone, healing on up before they continue moving. They're going for a little bit more of a southeastern rotation, while Nova is staying a little bit more onto this western side. Unfortunately, big explosions coming through. Dope going to be getting a couple of kills, and that means Nova, Zifan, he's the only one alive inside of that current building. We see Koi slowly making his way on over as well, but Nova, if anything, I don't know if they're really going to be wanting to fight anything anymore, because they don't have that many people left.
Yeah, with Dope getting 2 of those eliminations and them not fully in the zone, I want to see this Dope team press Nova. You see, they don't have much to work with. That compound's not really the best compound to keep your vehicles alive, though. But they don't have much options unless they want to take a fight somewhere else. So it looks like Dope getting some angles. You see Menace in the background trying to find another angle onto Nova, and I do think the push is going to come out. But look at Shifan and Koi immediately. They have grenades pre-cooked in their hands already, expecting that push. So really good heads-up play by the Nova team.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They know it's going to happen, especially since they were being shot from the direction of Dope that is clearly outside of zone. Looks like Lazarus and Mezexis also inside of a fight of their own. Only 2 of them left up. One of them inside the satellite building. Joey and his teammate going to instantly take him down and out of the match, and that means only one of them is left alive, and I'm not even quite sure where they are. Lazarus still has all 4 up, though, and they're going to start making their rotation because they're not even inside zone. Knights, they're still using this hill, as we mentioned before, and it looks like a couple couple other teams are slowly trying to climb up it. The main one being XSET, but they're kind of running into a problem because the Chosen is right underneath them, kind of in that bowl, kind of shooting them in the back. They can't venture any further up, and if they do, the Knights are going to be there waiting for them anyway.
Saw in the kill feed, one of the Dope players just got eliminated by Nova, so want to see Dope just kind of press in direct, trying to find too many angles, not working out for them, and the Knights getting those shots in. Coops, he does not miss. Jason is knocked, and it's now all down to just Yang. Yang might be able to get that revive, however. There's more fights heading out. Lazarus continuously on the aggression, clearing out the sides of the circle, getting into a fight with the Panthers now.
Oh man, a couple of those Panthers members actually getting knocked, and it looks like Lazarus are going to be able to get a couple of kills of their own, but the Panthers is eliminated. There's so many teams kind of trying to play in these bulls right here that I don't even know where all those kills ended up really going towards. All I know is Lazarus still up strong, inactive, the only one still alive from Mezexis here, and of course the last two members of K19. The zone is going to close again, and the Knights still have it, but Lazarus pushing on forward. They want to go on ahead and take out the rest of the teams right in front of them, and actually going to end Mezexis there. They're no longer inside. Have to worry about K19 just to the northern side, and now the Knights, since they're the only team kind of up on top of this hill, they can see everything from up here, so we'll see if they're going to be able to pick up any other additional kills from the fights happening around them.
The Knights just holding it down. Lazarus showing what's needed to be done when you don't get the circle. Work together as a team, push in from the side. Work the angles, work the cover, work the synergy with the team. And Lazarus fighting their way in. K19 just down to 1. Knights is going to continuously defend this hill. They only have 3 eliminations, but they have been racking up the damage numbers for sure. The XSET team really close by too on the edge of zone. Juancho trying to do what he can with those grenades, but none of them connecting. And you see Lazarus mobilizing here. He gets one, it's a jet, and Juancho goes down. That is K19 out with how many points? Only 1 point. I'll just have to save that speech for later maybe, because there's a lot of action happening on, and honestly, K19 is not deserving of my breath right now. I want to instead focus on the fights happening on screen, Span.
I felt a dagger in my heart for them with that statement. That was an ouch, Sute. But yeah, you're right. It's the time of the game where phase 5, it's going to be a ton of action. Here comes Execute just trying to crawl their way inside this zone, trying to find some place to play out of here. But of course, Lazarus doesn't want somebody playing behind them. Neither does the Knights. XSET, they're slowly pushing on up. It was actually the Chosen that had to make a push into them, and it looks like XSET so far is successfully kind of holding them out. Only Godfan down to the southern side still alive, and this is what we were expecting. Execute doesn't want, Lazarus doesn't want Execute behind, so he's going to be taken out. Tried to use the smoke as cover, but not quite working out. Lazarus now, I have a feeling it's going to be Lazarus and Knights with a big fight, but we'll see. The Knights actually having to split their attention to both Lazarus and XSET. They could actually lose this if they get pinched or if they take up too many 2v2s here.
Hey, I love the way this game is shaping up to be. We got the 3 Titans in the lobby. XSET, Knights, and Lazarus all next to each other, all with 4 players up. We do have 19 Esports off in the sides on that western area, and HQA down in the south, also with 4 up. We got a lot of strong 4-man teams up alive in this last few zone. It's going to get hectic depending on where the circle shifts, and I'm going to love seeing how these teams utilize all 4 members to press in on each other. And with that circle shift, it's going to be a meat grinder for Lazarus, Knights, and XSET. Also HQA too. The only team getting the zone sitting comfortably will be 19 Esports.
Yeah, Vamp may be a little bit comfortable too. At least they're able to kind of hold out the edge of that zone there from anybody that's going to be coming from this eastern side. So they should be able to pick up a good amount of kills. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, all these big teams that had the majority of their players still alive here on this eastern side, it's not going to be for long, because at this point, knowing that this is the zone that they have to deal with, they're going to start focusing on those kills, right, Zute? I mean, right when you see that the zone is not in your favor, right when you can't play effectively, just go for the kills. It looks like Knights, Lazarus fully going for it. Lazarus unfortunately losing 2 members off the bat. Coops goes down though, so that means the rest of his teammates need to go ahead and make this push aggressively if they're hoping to get these kills here. And at the same time, XSET, we can see them starting to move on that mini-map. They want to go ahead and capitalize off this too. Knights down to 2 as well. It's a 2v2 down here, slowly trying to get the res onto at least one of them as XSET cleans down a couple of Knights down to the southern side. They're going to continue to push forward and try and third-party this.
I love the way this fight's happening. It's happening as it should, right? One team makes a move, the other team capitalizes. The Knights are just caught in the middle. Lazarus still trying to stay alive. It's a 1v1 between Laz and the Knights. Tensa versus Kiseki right here. Tensa with full HP, however. Oh, it's a 2v1. I think Joey and Kiseki are going to work together. Tensa trying to get the revive onto Coops. If this revive goes through, it's going to be huge. Coops, as we all know, one of the star players out of the Knights. XSET has managed to make their way in on the southern side, but now they're fighting with HQA. Fights will continue. 19 Esports just chilling right now on the western edge.
A ton of util now being tossed out. The Knights know that they need to try to smoke out a bunch of stuff here if they're hoping to kind of disengage from this fight, get towards that zone. The thing is even if they leave the building that they're currently in, they have to deal with the Vamp, and that is a great find from Kiseki there, actually getting a knock to one of the Vamp members. That's going to make it a little bit easier for the Knights to actually get over there, but they know there's 2 people still below them. Joey actually outside on the balcony can hear Tenza right below them, and here we go. Kiseki going for the jump down. He's able to do a little bit of damage, actually gets the knock, but Coops is there to get the trade. It's a 1v1. Joey trying around the corner, but the drop shot from Coops has Lazarus eliminated. Now he's the last hopeful up for his team, and he has to deal with Vamp. 2 of them still alive to the north, and XSET. Let's see if they're going to continue to push from this southern side, but it looks like actually HQA holding them off at this point.
Can we talk about Coops' tight lean peek into a prone corner drop shot? The mechanics out of Coops, insane. This is why this man's name is being just sung as NA's MVP. 1v2 situation now for Coops. He gets one, swings down to 1 HP, gets that first aid off though. Coops with 9 bullets. Oh, and a grenade coming his way. I don't think Coops can survive this one. And well, of course he does somehow manage to survive that one. Coops lives to fight for another minute, maybe more. 1v1 situation. Coops again with 5 eliminations, almost going up to 6. Swins versus Coops. My money's definitely on Coops here.
Well, he has to heal on up first. You can see he's slowly doing so. I don't think he fully has any sort of a big healing item. You can see him just using bandages at this point. Vamp is going to be playing this quite patiently. XSET at this point can't really look over on top of this, so they will be a little bit safe towards the southern side because here we go. J-Way running out in the open is going to be spotted out soon, but Coops actually stands up and does get that kill against Vamp, and J-Way tries to get the kill into him. He does get it, but instantly he gets taken down too. So these are the last 2 teams that are alive here. Let's see if Kill Switch is going to be able to get any more kills here. Otherwise, this is 19 Esports game, and we can see them slowly moving around to make sure that they stay alive. But Kill Switch got a knock on 1. Let's see if he's going to be able to get any more. But oh, the damage is too much. Actually, 19 Esports taking that chicken dinner.
19 Esports with a really big win right there. They, of course, were chilling at that compound, but they did rack up a lot of points overall, so they may have been sitting still, but they were definitely doing the damage and hitting the shots. Really good win for 19 Esports. That Erangel game, well, we saw the Titans slug it out. We saw 19 Esports get the win. I think that Erangel went really well, except for, you know, a few couple of teams, which I won't mention here, but taking a look at the round report, Coops. I feel like every time Coops is playing, he somehow sneaks his way into at least one of these stats. And usually, it's in the form of most eliminations and highest damage span.
Yeah, second time in a row. Second game, second time in a row. So we'll see if he'll be able to continue to do so. I mean, that was an absolutely huge performance that he was able to pull on for his team, getting a couple more kills and staying alive longer. So that is just a round of applause for Coops. Even a couple of the Vamp members, that was just a really difficult game in entirety because of the ending, I have to say. That was a really hard zone to kind of stay alive in. So 19 Esports having a perfect position in the compound to the west. I mean, nobody challenged them for it, and they won. But, of course, that was our second match down. We're going to go ahead and take a look at a little bit of some setting inspection. So get out your magnifying glasses. We will see you guys shortly at the analyst desk.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in Battle Royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quickscoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quickscope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named Camera Rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
What's happening, everybody? Yo, a couple matches are already in the books. You know, I got to give a huge thank you, of course, to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. Sorry, I'm just like, I just saw 19E win that one. I saw Coops absolutely go insane. The band was on a warpath here, Glitter.
He was, honestly. We saw the Knights getting in a little bit of a rough engagement, and I counted them out. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw that there was Lazarus and then Vamp and then XSET and everyone was trying to get in on the action, didn't know what to make of it, but Coops doing Coops things, and that's pretty much all you can say about it. I mean, look at them, a 3rd place finish and still 1 point below XSET and only 5 below 19E, who take home that chicken dinner. Phenomenal performance out of Coops yet again, but we saw a lot of teams stepping up to the plate. Obviously, 19E, XSET, even Lazarus, 9 elims for Lazarus. This was a big game for the top 4 teams in general, and Vamp, even though they got 0 elims, 8 points on the board for just placement points alone, 7, is massive.
It really wasn't. When you talk about eliminations, I mean, Boring Protocol still being able to get some of those eliminations when we saw them fight against the Hitlist and actually win that fight until Acer just kind of had to run away because of that 3rd party from Nova. And then we keep going down the list. W2D2 Esports LLC, man, I was hoping to see different stuff here out of them. Same with K19. Okay. You know what, BTOWN, the Hitlist, I was starting to get back on the hype train, but disappointment. I swear, just pure disappointment. This is what I was actually referring to. The Hitlist looked like they were gonna win this, Glitter, but I think it's just the experience that Acer was able to, he was just able to prevail in this versus, and after that, I mean, he was smart enough to leave as soon as he saw the 3rd party, which that I really enjoyed because at least he gave him a chance, right, to hopefully get some placement points. But overall, Nova, this is the Nova again, Glitter, that we're used to seeing. Those 3rd parties are just clutch.
Yeah, and I think that they actually did a really good job with not a lot to work with. They ended up getting some points on the board for themselves, a lot of them getting some elims on the board, but Panthers, we're watching them struggle right now in a battle against Lazarus, obviously one of our top teams from this match. And Panthers, we said it after the last match, and now after this one, they're a lot quieter today than the performances that we saw yesterday, and I'm wondering why, what's happening, what's going on with that, what is it just this, you know, the stereotypical yo-yo that we see sometimes where teams get really hot and then they cool down, they fall off pretty hard, and then they bring it back next? Or did something happen? I mean, what do you think, Seven?
Sorry, I was just getting distracted by what's about to happen with Coops. Which team were you talking about?
Look, I'll tell you the answer. The answer is league play, okay? That's the answer to your question, Glitter.
Okay,
Seven, continue with Coops.
Yeah, sorry. I get flustered when we talk about Coops, especially when this man's able to do this. By the way, the reason why I'm actually saying that is we were literally screaming at our microphones watching this go on. And we were just hoping that he would be able to survive. Obviously, 19E in a great spot. Exit was it. Kill switch once again from Exit, being the last player standing and trying to get those extra elims, trying to get those extra points, which I really appreciate. But along the lines of what Haji was saying, yeah, it pretty much just comes down to league play. Some of these teams are just kind of taking a chill pill in a way. And we do go to the top damage as Exit was able to just win all of that with 2100 damage, 9 elims, and then we have the Knights. 1700 damage with 10 elims, and then 19E. I mean, them as well. Lazarus. This is kind of what I'm used to here. Okay, Exit, Knights, Lazarus, 19E, and then we go down. Vamp. What happened, Vamp?
Thank you. They did almost 1,000 damage and didn't convert a single elim. That's gotta sting, Jukes.
Kind of staying big time, you know. And when it comes to the Panthers, I think that, you know, I think they played this smart. They've got Poppy and they're a veteran, but they've got 3 players that are brand new to the squad. So I think that them putting up some big points on the first day allows them to kind of spend a little bit more, you know, do some new stuff, get that practice in here for that super weekend coming up, you know. But a team that don't need any practice, it's Nova, right? Nova still popping off, of course. Take a look at their stats for today. Look at them numbers there, Glitter.
Listen, the reason we wanted to check in with this is because obviously we highlighted QZ and his impressive performance from week to week now for the league play portion of this season. But today we wanted to see if that was still the case. Now, I had said Koi is the duo to QZ, and right now Koi is the one putting up some really solid numbers, but it's Shifan that's actually leading for the elims and the knockouts, and honestly, this is what I love to see. If there's a day where QZ isn't as hot as he has been, the fact that you've got Koi, that you've got Shifan, even Kindness, we've seen incredible performances out of Kindness, that all these players can really pick up that slack, that is what makes a solid team.
Yes, indeed. I gotta ask you this, though, right? You know, we've seen that duo come out from Sanhok, from Coops, right? Who is gonna be that duo for QZ? Glitter, right? Who do you think it's gonna be here out of Koi, so many of these other players, right? You think it's gonna be him? What are you thinking?
It's been Koi so far, so I think I'm leaning towards Koi right now.
Koi, 7?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see Shifan. Like,
I knew you were gonna say that.
Surprisingly performing really well, and I'm really enjoying that. And I think it'll be even more of an asset for not just for the team. Like, sometimes people doubt him. Heck, I have doubted him before, and it's really, really refreshing to see him as we do go here towards the flyover of just the absolute madness that it was. Definitely, right? We saw what happened there with Lazarus, and then we have here Knights versus Vamp. And at this point, like, we were all considering Knights. I want all the viewers to just focus on Knights. They had the zone on them. They have Vamp right there. Not only that, if they would have standed up or got into a certain angle, 19E would have been able to see him alongside with Exit. So for Coops to be able to do that kind of play, I thought it was huge, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, and you can even see all the different angles that 19E had. You saw them lighting up that feed. You saw them getting knocks on X, that they were able to take out the knocked Tensa because SB was able to see where Tensa was in that smoke with the angle. But Coops was so sneaky. Look how low his health is here. He did take some damage, and this is when all of us were kind of screaming, like, is he gonna heal? Is he gonna heal? Is he gonna go for it? Well, like, what's he gonna do? He has to heal up, right? He does go for it, ends up getting himself in a much better position to at least clean up Vamp. Because if you think about the scenario after that final solo on Vamp, there was no way that he had the soft cover. No, there was literally, he had nothing that he could use to his advantage after that. And so he knew as soon as he made the final choice to get that last elim. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Gosh.
Look at this. I don't think we can really emphasize how disgusting this was, Seven.
It really was. And I mean, the use of the smokes right here, this was so clutch. And something that I enjoy automatically goes for that heals, right? And I've actually seen him challenge stuff like this before he even heals. Sprays that M249 is able to... It's able to switch right away. He was shooting at a certain angle and then just snaps on the other player, make sure he knocks him, as we're able to see right there. And then he still has the IQ to remember, hey, there's somebody in that smoke. And you know what? I'm going to use this smoke to my advantage too, because he was able to use that Vamp defensive smoke to his advantage. And then here we have the stats. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a close look at this radar, because this is what we like to call a Coops radar. Leading in damage, leading in eliminations, leading in knocks, assists. That boy's got them too. What? He's willing to share with the team. Heals, I mean, not bad. Headshots too. This man it's currently the one that's leading for my MVP. I'm sorry, QC. All right, I'm sorry, but yo, from now on, when we talk about Coops, I think I gotta put on the helmet, because
oh God, figure out the props,
I'm gonna get domed over here, man. Yo, where's Coops at? You gotta chill.
Oh my goodness, dude. I don't think we've ever seen a perfect radar before. That is absolutely insane, dude. The guy's IQ is off the charts. So we'll talk more about Cubes here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and get, of course, to our chicken dinner winners here, right? 19 Esports. They are the squad that is a new roster, right? You know, the old roster for 19E, that is boring protocol now. So they definitely have a little chip on their shoulder. They want to show up here for 19E, and getting a chicken dinner here, I think, was huge here, Glitter.
Yeah, and SB putting in a lot of work for the 19E squad. Over 600 damage with the 4 elims and 3 knockouts, leading in all of the categories that matter, you know? So this is huge. Like you're saying, new squad for 19E. Obviously names that we recognize, but they also were top 8, I think 8th place coming into today. So to now be on the early portion of this day, already get a really solid chicken dinner under their belt as well. They are looking much, much stronger than they did at the beginning of last week of League Play 7.
Yeah, and one thing that I did not like, I'm sorry, SB, I'm going to have to call you out on it too, because I think with more experience that you get here in the PMPLs, you'll get better at this. Killsearch was able to land some shots on him, and he decided to peek right away. He decided to challenge that. He might have been feeling good from the game he was having, but that right there forced him to get knocked. And I mean, right now, I'm gonna think about PMGC, and when we go to globals, when we have these Chinese teams, if you do that, okay, and Paraboy's alive, the last thing you want to do is give him a free knock. So that's where I'm coming from. So hopefully you guys will be able to go back and watch that tape, because even if you win, there's always stuff that you can definitely improve on.
I think that's perfectly said, you know, because that's what we're really looking forward to. We're looking for a team from NA to represent us on the global stage. So yeah, 19E, you know, I guarantee you did have a great position. You were set up well. You know, you got the chicken dinner. At the same time, though, you don't want to leave even the slightest of doors open, because those teams on that stage, they'll take advantage of it quick. As we go to the overall here, 7, Nova now taking the lead here.
Yeah, Nova, and you know what I'm liking here from Nova? Those placement points are way up. Yeah. This is now starting to look like the Nova I'm used to seeing. And it could have been just because now all the other players are also starting to step it up, and we've seen a little bit, a tiny bit, and I mean a tiny, tiny bit of a decline there from QC today. But then we have also the Knights. This was a team that was just chilling for 4 matches yesterday. They decided to show up. Well, guess what? They're currently in 2nd place. And then, oh my gosh, what is that? BTOWN Esports top 16? The Hitlist top 16? Am I seeing right, Glitter? Do I need to put on my glasses?
You are seeing it correctly. Apparently, the Chosen and Mezexis have now fallen into that danger zone. And what's even scarier is if you look at all of those points from like 12th through 16th, they're only separated by, I think it was like 6 or 7 points, something like that. Point being, now when we start paying attention to those squads, to that bubble area, especially moving into tomorrow, it's going to be so scary close.
By the way, the Chosen didn't have a great performance in Super Weekend 1. So I'm actually a little bit scared about this team. Remember how we always talk about Super Weekends aren't guaranteed? Well, guess what, Chosen? You're currently showing us that.
That's a great point, guys. Thank you so much for that amazing analyst desk right there. Let's get match number 3 going, though. We'll catch you guys after this. Let's bring in our casters here for this match. It's going to be Span Cargo and Necro. What's up, guys? Hey, good luck. Good luck and enjoy.
Thanks, Hot Jukes. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're about to be going into our 3rd match. I'm really looking forward to it because we're finally on Miramar. Necro joining us here. How have the games been for you so far?
I mean, it has been an absolute chaotic in the end, especially because the previous game, Coops, just absolutely popped off. The circle is kind of out in the open, but luckily, K19 Esports, they had the compound to play with, and then they also had that little split going on where the guy in the front was also holding the shack. So overall, in the end, they were the team who had the best cover to play with, and they came out on top too. But Coops, in general, this man is just like a one-man army.
He really is. He really is. So we'll see who's going to go ahead and be able to do well in this one, though, because our 3rd match also doesn't have a Group C. And Group C is HQA, Nova, The Chosen, and Panthers. So they're not going to be inside of this one. So with those guys out of the way, we'll be able to see if anybody else is going to kind of step it on up and get the chicken dinner and get the kills. The thing is, though, is that we know that Knights is still in this, right? They're in Group B, so they're still here. The next one will be missing them, but they could totally go on ahead and be really aggressive on this one as well. We'll have to wait and see. This plane path, though, once again, not really setting people up for success.
Yeah, teams that do want to go down south, though, they're going to have a tough time to try and move around. For example, we did see yesterday like 4 teams kind of going close to the side of Los Leones, so there's going to be a lot of problems caused for those teams. But moving forward, though, taking a look at the danger zone too, Mezexis is one of them, and it's kind of hard to believe, you know, because week 1, I feel like in league play, they weren't really anywhere close to being on the bottom, but at least, I mean, they were doing okay-ish. But in week 2, they're not really doing so great.
Yeah, so we have to keep an eye on them. They kind of have to go on ahead and bring it back. I mean, as long as they're in the top 16, that's what matters, right? Because that'll go on ahead and punch the ticket into the next Super Weekend. And it looks like with this plane path, the zone is actually going to focus more on this western side, kind of centering just off center of that Monte Nueva area. So a lot of these guys are going to have to make a big move. K19, one of the big teams that we've been definitely keeping an eye on, dropping on El Azhar, they're going to be having to make the worst rotation right along there with WallStreetBets. So it's going to be a hard one. They're going to have to go by a lot of people. So we definitely need to see how they're going to kind of approach this. Usually people that are this far away are going to wait it out. So I won't be surprised if they end up having to enter this zone really late.
Talk about entering the zone pretty late, though. Look at BTOWN. They're still trying to go towards their drop spot. They're still in midway there. That's going to be buying. They'll need to try and buy a lot of time for sure to try and get there, and also try and make the rotation in the circle. But if they do make a rotation from down south, it's going to be a pretty free route for them. But if you take a look at Knights, again, Picado is just such a great position on the map of Miramar. If you're going to be getting your hands on that, you're pretty much going to be right in the smack center. Yesterday, too, we saw that, right? Knights, the chicken dinner they had, they rotated out of Picado, and then later on, they rotated back in. They realized, okay, we didn't really need to move. Maybe we should have just stayed there the whole time.
I feel like maybe it ended up being able to get themselves a lot more kills than if they'd stayed in Picado the entire time, or even there was a ton of teams that kept crashing into Picado, so the Knights might have just entered right at the right time. But you're right, that is their usual drop spot, and so if they hadn't left the entire time, maybe they wouldn't have had these other people in there to begin with. But this is such a great spot for them because they can kind of be on the southern side of the zone where nobody really is, and they can kind of make any kind of rotation as far as they want down there. Of course, those other teams that are right beside them, Los Leones, even all the way to BTOWN that are in Puerto right now, they're going to kind of focus on filling in the circle down here on the southern side. So it's going to be those teams that are probably going to be the most aggressive against each other, but we'll have to see just who exactly is going to be running into each other. A nice kind of look at K19 Esports here as well, as they're starting to make a move. This is one of those Los Leones teams around here that won the last match, so we'll be able to see if they're going to be able to pull it off again.
Talk about pulling it off, though. I feel like the chances are going to be pretty low because, as I said last time, They just had a really good compound to play off of with. Now, I do not want to go ahead and call it a fluke, but I still feel like the way 19 Esports is playing, they'll need to prove themselves, and they still have a lot of things to prove, right? Because, as I said, it was more kind of like the zone gifted them that win, but I want to see them struggle, right? Because we've seen teams like Knights, we've seen teams like Panthers, we've seen teams like 4Bros too sometimes. When they want to make a rotation inside the zone, they'll need to try and fight their way in. And so far, we haven't really seen 19 Esports do so.
Yeah, last match, the one thing that I definitely wish that we had seen is a team kind of going ahead and push onto 19 Esports and kind of challenge them for that location. We didn't end up getting to see that, you're right. So maybe in this one we'll be able to see 19 Esports in a little bit more of an aggressive fight instead of just playing long range. But I mean, they were still able to do that and pick up a good amount of kills, so I definitely think that that was a well-deserved chicken. It's just now, are they going to be able to continue to do that? Or, I already said it, I want to see them fight, so maybe we'll be able to catch it this time. Not quite sure. They are in fact getting really close to Mezexis, so here we go. Right as I say it, we're actually looking at them right now. Mezexis Esports, they're also Los Leones teams. These guys, both of them have been kind of sharing this area with themselves. They've been kind of taking pot shots at each other, kind of annoying each other, but we haven't really seen a full-out fight on them just yet.
Talk about seeing a full-out fight, though. There's two teams quite close in Los Leones, Mezexis and 19 Esports. Now, 19 Esports, they have been doing pretty good, but Mezexis, they're going to have a lot much more pressure onto themselves because they still need to make it inside the zone. And also, they're in the bottom four, so there's going to be a lot of pressure lingering around.
Yeah. Yep, I definitely wrote that down. So chosen Mezexis XQ K19 that we'd really want to start keeping an eye on. And, oh, got to be careful. Don't want to go ahead and start falling off of those little construction buildings. They're going to take too much damage. But, yeah, Mezexis, they're down to the southern side, though. I think with the plane path, they know that they have time, because all they have to do is make a big rotation down there on the southern side, and if they know that 19 Esports is close, which they should know since they're always neighbors here, they might be sticking around, seeing if they can kind of spot them out, knowing that they're probably trying to make a rotation down to the southern side as well. So I have to wait and see if they're going to kind of cross paths, but for now, it is, it's fine for now. Nobody doing anything quite yet, but we'll have to wait and see. It looks like we're kind of lagging here just a little bit. It looks like Mezexis 19 Esports still kind of just chilling out here, and we'll see how the rest of the zone is happening shortly.
The next zone is what's going to be deciding these teams' fates. The Hitlist, though, got to talk about them, too. So far, they've been doing so great. The Hitlist, if you talk about them, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's been a huge improvement if you compare them back to week one. But it seems like we have a little technical issues going on here and there. So there's going to be a little lobby rehost, man.
Yeah, we're going to have a rehost here. So this match, luckily there wasn't too much action that has happened just yet. So that means if anybody kind of was like, oh, I didn't get the gun that I wanted, maybe in this next one, you know, they're going to have a little bit of a better chance. So we'll just have to wait for that to happen.
Or maybe if a team had all the things going for them, they're going to stop crying. Yeah, there's a little bit of technical issues going on, ladies and gentlemen. This lobby is going to be rehosted soon. But I'm going to get back to the conversation that I was talking about, right? The hit list. If you compare these teams in 4-on-4 fights, the way they're playing, right? I mean, it seems like there's been a massive improvement because they weren't really able to make it in the first week to the Super Weekend. But now it seems like the way they're playing, if they just keep playing like that, if they have their 4-on-4 fights down, if they just play a little bit more safe, we might just see them in the top 16 as well.
Oh, yeah, looks like also we are fine here. Now these guys are officially continuing to play on this, so we're chilling, we're fine. A little bit of a false alarm here. This is good though, right? Because I was actually kind of getting into this. Because if you take a look at this area right here, there's so many people now kind of rolling on up on each other. So these are the big fights that we're starting to want to see. Polar Ace kind of pulling up onto Issue of 19 Esports. And if 19 Esports, Issue needs to start calling this now, because if they get over there, they might just be able to save their teammate, right? So they have to be very wary that Polar Ace is kind of hanging right beside him. The rest of the team, though, might also get stuck out by Mezexis as well. There's just so many people that could potentially mess with 19 Esports, I feel like, in this area. Yeah, look at the bottom right, too, right? So many teams trying to move in from the Los Leones side.
I feel like as soon as Mezexis too, they're going to start to book it. There's going to be at least a couple of fights occurring. There has to be the third party too. Maybe 19 Esports can try and do that. But the circle's going to actually take a hard shift in top left. So all the teams that are in the bottom right, as you can see, BTOWN as well. I set this. BTOWN, even as kind of like when the plane fly fest was done too, they were still trying to go for their designated spot. And they now are ending up taking way much more time to rotate inside the zone. And this was one of the problems that I talked about.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to hurt down there, right, Necro? I mean, they're going to be using a lot of their meds, and if they don't go on ahead and get themselves in on a really good spot up here and they get in a fight right away, it's not going to look good for them. I mean, of course, it is only Circle 1, now Circle 2 damage, I guess we'll say. So it's kind of only tickles at this point, not too much, so they're fine for now. But who's not fine is potentially Yang for Execute. Again, a team that we wanted to keep a huge eye on. They're in the 15th place right now, and Lazarus, they're trying to climb up the same mountain. This is not looking too good. Looks like Lazarus is just gonna kind of, yeah, they're kind of disengaging, kind of crashing off the side here. Yang is gonna be quite happy about that. We can see that the rest of them are still kind of coming from the northern side.
Oh, they're finally able to get the Weekle on top, and now Isojat's just gonna find the opening. An easy one for this man. Just making some light work on the players of Execute. As you said, Execute too, they're gonna have a lot of pressure for sure. Fate all the way in the back. He can try and at least rain down a couple of shots, but at this point, Fate is more kind of like just trying to keep his position anonymous. Lazarus blowing that Weekle up too. So for now, Lazarus, they're just gonna dominate this fight without a doubt because they have the high ground here. There's gonna be next to impossible. It's gonna be next to impossible to steal it away from them.
This is a really nice spot that they have as well up here on top of all of these little mountains. They're going to be able to see very far away, see almost everything inside of this zone. And right now, they're actually pretty much alone, so they don't have too much to worry about. Yeah, you can see Jason kind of slowly looking at Lazarus. A lot of other fights happening elsewhere though, as everybody is trying to chase this circle. And actually, wait a second, Lazarus is literally chasing Fate here. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no escape for Fate right there. He gets knocked. Lazarus, they're sniffing. They're trying to sniff out the members of Execute here. Jason is one of two left alive. I don't even know where his other teammate is, but it is not looking too good. This fight has been happening for a while though. Polar Ace versus the Hitlist. You can even see that the Knights have now started getting engaged in this as well though. They want these kills too. Oh, here we go, the nades. Goldblade hiding inside of this little trash can. Here Xenox has no idea.
Oh, and you already do see Polar Ace. Dion, what's going on? Xenox, look at your back. No, Goldblade messes it up completely. He vaults outside, and Xenox pretty much hears those footsteps going on behind him. Knights, they somehow pull it back in their hands, but have they, though? That's the question, though. Coops gets taken out, too. Now it's all down to Xenox. Tensa's knocked out as well. He should be able to get the reset through, but, again, at the cost of what? Losing two teammates that early off in the game. We also talked about another situation that was going on. Polaris in the front. That's a nice split. But I also want to take a glance on the fight that was happening between the Execute and Lazarus. Just that send it moment. As soon as Lazarus realized that player right there is isolated and all by himself, they just sent it. They just booked it onto him. They're like, all right, it's pretty much a free kill. Let's wrap that up.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go on ahead and take the advantages that you see, you know? So Lazarus just instantly just took that up. Didn't quite know where the other two were, so I have to say it might have been a little bit dangerous. They could have had another teammate over there, but I mean, all three of them went together, so it was definitely a risk that they decided to take for an extra elimination. Of course, next zone has revealed itself. It actually pulled back over towards Pozo Necra. I'm wondering if we're gonna get a city ending in this one. That would be quite exciting. It's still a 50-50 kind of a situation. Either it's 50% chance gonna go into El Pozo, or it's going to stay in those fields just the southern side of it with all those mountains as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. But again, everybody inside of their vehicles and moving. A couple of these other teams that are still in an active fight, they're going to kind of suffer from this because they're not going to be able to get as good of a spot as everybody else who's going to be able to move right away.
Yeah, and I still do see a couple of teams haven't really gotten that hilltop control. The hilltop's completely uncontested. So any one of these teams, if they get their hands on the hilltop, they're going to wrap up a lot of damage points for sure. A couple of shots taken out in the front over here, but boring protocol too. They still need to make it inside the zone. It's going to be a tough route for them to try and navigate because now it's just filled with a lot of teams in the front. Boring Protocol is also trying to look around. There's a couple of teams they're being surrounded with. XSET right here in the front. Polar Ace. Oh, they take a lot of damage from JV. Polar G's just raining down bullets onto them as well.
Oh man, yeah, XSET instantly trying to kind of back up out of this. Polar Ace pulling up here quickly. They have themselves a really good spot here, actually. Have to be a little bit wary with the Knights now making a move on behind them, but they have a little bit of time ahead of them that they don't have to worry about it just yet. Down to the southern side, though, on this map is definitely what I'm taking a look at. I mean, we're going to go ahead and bounce on over to Dope versus Boring Protocol first, though. A lot of knocks onto Dope. Only one on the Acer 4 Boring Protocol, so they definitely have the advantage. The last couple of shots gonna be flushing the rest of Dope out. We don't even know where the last one is. Oh no, he's right there. Menace kind of crouching there and trying not to be spotted out by Spec and the rest of Boring Protocol. And I think because the zone at this point is hurting so much, they're just gonna go ahead, get these rests and try to get out of here. But they're starting to drive close though. Let's see if Spec's gonna find Menace or if he's gonna be successfully hidden.
Oh, he saw him. He saw him. He definitely saw him. Menace's position is known or not. I don't know. Okay, maybe he stopped just to loot that box right there. Okay, so Menace is still safe for now. But Spec is all by himself right here, separated out from the teammates, and also a decent amount of damage from the play zone. Menace 2 pretty much doing the same thing, but only has 3 first aids to play off of with. Spec now is going to book inside the zone. As Mezexis 2, I do see them on the kill feed, getting a couple of knocks on the players of 19 Esports, the winners of the previous game. Mezexis, if they're able to flip the tables against him, that's going to be a big win right there. But look at the circle shift, and down south, the hard shift, and XSET, they're going to find themselves in luck.
Yeah, Polo G is super far away from the majority of his team right here. I wonder if he's going to kind of be out there for a little bit longer, taking a look at Pozo and start feeding information back to his team so that they know what to expect. But otherwise, he needs to get back to his team as fast as possible because they have a great spot. But back down to the southern side, you already mentioned it, 19 Esports versus Mezexis Alucard here, kind of playing a really smart play here, I have to say, on top of this balcony, waiting for Mezexis to kind of reveal themselves. You can see the nades just slowly exploding in the air, though. They know that somebody is close, and they're actually grabbing the vehicles to make an even faster crash onto 19 Esports. And the push comes through. A nice knock onto one of the Mezexis players. Peralta is down. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue to hold them off. Issue inside the building doing even more damage through the window. Unfortunately, though, he can hear himself slowly getting surrounded. He can't focus on just one player. He's looking all around him, and unfortunately, the trades are becoming huge at this point. No way! Taz actually getting the knock on an Issue as well. I think that means that there's only one person left. No, not even. Mezexis has successfully eliminated 19 Esports. They're in control of this entire southern side, but the action doesn't end there. The Knights are taken out by Polar Ace. Necro, it's insanity.
Oh yeah, indeed, it's insanity. This entire game, I personally love it. The fights are breaking out now because the circle hard shifts down south. All the teams that were up north, pretty much majority of the teams were up north. They're going to try to move in down south, and that's where a lot of fights are happening. A couple of teams also getting caught off guard while they're trying to make the rotation happen. Lazarus right here in the warehouse. Looking great so far, but they still need to make their presence in the zone, and that's where Vamp, they might just try and strike in, and Swins is going to be the final man alive for that squad. But Swins, again, these kind of little dips that they have to play with, these kind of little areas that they have to play with, these can be really damaging because most of the players, they don't really end up checking those because they already have a lot of angles to try and take care of. So the paranoia, not just there quite yet. HTV in the front as well, having all their 4 players up, so that means they're just going to make sure the teams in the back here, they're just holding him off at bay. Oh, this is a clear shot for him.
Yeah, if he really wanted to, he could go on ahead and get this kill into Fears. It looks like you kind of stood up to see if he could go on ahead and take it, but that would let people know exactly where he is. He's not inside zone, though, so maybe he needs to be a little bit more on the sneaky side just so he could sneak further in. But, you know, he also has to kind of decide because of the people in front of him. Yeah, we'll end up seeing Menace is out,
the last
though.
second.
Yeah, you saw him try to survive, but no.
Feels so bad.
Nope, 12 teams are left, and WallStreetBets is hoping to make that 11 with the elimination of Lazarus, but we'll see as the push starts coming through. Instantly, the defensive smokes start popping out. Nemesis getting a nice knock from Kaseki onto him. Here we go, Fears up on top of the containers, trying to get that little bit of an angle onto the rest of the teams of WallStreetBets. And Drago, I think, realizing the position that he found himself in, he needs to go ahead, drop down, get a different angle, but HTV is now in front of him. That blue zone slowly closing. I should say slowly, quickly closing. They have to move quickly to get inside this next zone.
Yeah, Nemesis again falls down to the blue wall of death, and now Swinch right here is going to create more problems for Lazarus, as it's going to take another man down. Swinch now realizes he needs to make it inside the zone, but HTV, they're just going to make sure they're holding them off at bay. HTV, they're still looking at their backs because they know there are a couple people just trying to crawl back in. Steve-O catches a couple bullets on himself, and now he's also going to go down to the play zone. Such an unfortunate circumstance for WallStreetBets right here. 24K in the front. These are easy elim points for HTV. The circle just plays the game, and all the teams are now falling down because the play zone, that hard shift right there, every single time teams have to suffer whenever the circle takes a hard shift, and this is the prime example of that. But now Execute having the high ground over HTV. They've already found the opening. Quantas went down. Boom is in the front too, with a solid amount of cover to play with. But the high ground is what Execute has.
Yeah, I have to see how that's going to go ahead and round out. Polar Ace as well, getting really close to 4 Bros. Oh, nice knocks coming from Kiyoshi onto the 2 members of 4 Bros there. Only Glass is left, actually. He's a little bit closer to the zone, not quite in, but actually, the only team fully in is XSET. No way, they spotted out Glass from afar. 4 Bros is eliminated, officially down to our top 8 teams here to try and fight for those placements. Again, only XSET in the far center here. It looks like Polar Ace is going to have a nice rotation on inside of this one, but XSET, they're not just playing the center, they're actually being a little bit proactive and starting to step outside of their center compound. Polar J7 trying to take down HTV, and if they're not careful, they might go ahead and take a look at Polar Ace and Boring Protocol over here in the field.
Oh man, Boring Protocol in the front. Spec's gonna peek out. Trey takes a lot of shots, and he goes down. Spec, that was a nice spray from his side. Over peeking a little bit right there. The overconfidence also getting punished now. Metz is going to move in. XSET, they're going to start to sweat for sure, as now the res is also being stuck by J7. But he needs to stop resing right now because Metz is charging on in. It doesn't seem like he has any intention to stop just yet. But he's also taking a lot of damage at the same time. XSET, they're doing a great job fighting back from this spot. J7 is going to go for the res again. Oh my god, this man's got nerves of steel to try and make something like that happen. But now he gets eliminated from the back. It's Samuel who's going to third party.
Samuel totally saved the members of XSET there. I mean, we'll have to see, yeah, the res coming on through. I don't know how that would have gone otherwise, but Boring Protocol gets that kill in the HTV, and now they're taking their attention back on over to Polar Ace on this eastern side. They want to get control over here, and they know that they can't do so on top of that hill where XSET just was. Pushing onto Trey pretty aggressively here. Yeah, starting to go for the drive. Samuel spots out Trey, going for the bullets. It's able to take him down below half HP, while BTOWN is eliminated in the meantime. Now Polar Ace is totally aware that Boring Protocol is there, though. They're able to change some damage back, but of course Mezexis, XSET getting involved. If they're not safely hidden behind anything, they're going to start getting picked off by the other people inside of this game.
Mezexis might just take this. They have the best positioning in that inside the zone as well. Maybe a little high ground to play off of with. As you can see, Yahir and Inactive, they're trying to wrap up all the way from the left. As XSET, they have this compound to play around with as well. But Polar Ace quite close, and Boring Protocols as well. They still need to make it. I'm pretty sure at that point, they'll straight up need to crash on those compounds or on those houses in the front. Taking a lot of shots. Chronix goes down. XSET, they're really aware of what's going on around them. And this time, they're also going to be quite proactive as Polar Ace, they're taking a lot of casualties on their side. Boring Protocol, these two players are just causing menace.
Oh man, here we go. Here comes Spec, the last one up for Boring Protocol here. Do not count him out, though. The thing is he knows his position as a solo. He has to play a little bit more defensively, right? A little bit more quiet and sneaky. So that's why he just jumps right off his buggy, and now he's waiting for everybody else to get into the fight. The thing is that Polar Ace is looking for it, right? So they have to be really careful and make sure that he's not spotted from that direction. Mezexis Esports, you're right. They have a huge 2-2 split going on here, and it looks like they're really trying to capitalize off of being able to see everything inside inside of this zone. Of course, XSET's still able to get a lot of their own because they're still in control of this entire main compound on the edge of this zone. I don't know who this could go for. I feel like it could be Mezexis or XSET. Mezexis not doing too well up on top of that hill, though. You can see them taking a lot of damage. Polar Ace is eliminated in the meantime. 4 more teams. And, man, Mezexis, they're trying to get any last couple of kills, but we know that it's really down to Mezexis and XSET. Only one member left up, Spec and Jason, for their respective teams. So, man, this is the last couple of fights here. Only 2 more solos to be taken out.
2 more solos indeed. XSET having all their players up. And boring protocol. Spec, I mean, we've seen this man in these kind of scenarios. We know what Spec can do, but unfortunately, yeah, he just doesn't have anything going in his favor. He also needs to make it in the zone. XSET is right in the front. They're just really aware. XSET, they're playing this position so well. J7 with 600 damage on the board for himself and his team. It's doing so great. Mezexis is right on the left, but look at the split that Mezexis have, right? 3 players on the compound, 1 player's all the way in the back on the high ground, making sure even if the circle, if it does take a hard shift, they're going to have someone in the circle raining down bullets, but it actually shifts down south, and that means Mezexis, they're kind of going to be in luck here.
Oh man, Yahir's position is actually so vital for the success of Mezexis. He has to watch for XSET to start making their move. You can see him doing a tiny bit of damage onto J-Way as he spots him out, but he's instantly sending over some onto his teammates.
Nice.
And because of that, inactive, a huge nade is going to be getting a knock into one, and instantly they jump into action. They don't need to hide behind that little ridge anymore, so they're starting to push. Polo G, the next closest inside of that little shanty there. Yet another usage of utility. He's caught on fire. He gets downed as well, actually. Polo G's own Molotov taking him down. Another one as well catches out officially. The last one up for XSET. Mezexis just is rolling XSET at this point. I don't even know if Killswitch will be able to kind of hold this off for his team, but we'll have to wait and see. He's trying to go for the res, but Peralta knows what is happening. He starts going for the push. The res gets canceled. The nade's still coming out, doing a little bit more damage onto the last one of XSET, and that is it. Mezexis gets the chicken dinner, and that is it. XSET does not get that one for themselves.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate too. XSET, that move right there from Polo G, man, that's a rookie mistake, all right? I hate to say it, but that's a rookie mistake right there. He accidentally burnt himself down with the Molotov, but Mezexis, we talked about them just before this, right? Even the analyst has talked about them. They're in the bottom 4. Things weren't really looking that great for them, but now just bouncing back like that in style in this game right after that, I'm pretty sure that's going to be boosting them up so much in the overall rankings.
Oh man, yeah, they're going to be quite happy about that. They're no longer going to be inside of that 14th place position. And take a look at that. Kiyoshi is going to be able to get the most eliminations with 6 and the highest damage with 1,010. That was good for a singular game of Miramar, but he took that seriously. Taz going to take the first nades, though. Starlight with the longest limb, and of course, Midnight, top traveler. So we got to see a little bit of a different amount of people on this round report, but with, again, a really explosive Miramar game. That was a good start.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Explosive Miramar game. Indeed, the circle as well, just screwing so many teams over with the hard shifts. I mean, it was a complete roller coaster of emotions. As soon as the circle shifted, we were like, oh, there's so many teams right there up north. How are they going to try and deal with it? And as soon as they started moving down south, it's just HTV racking up all those free kills in the play zone.
Okay, well, you guys know there's only 2 matches left, and we have to hear how the analysts think about this last Miramar game. So first, we're going to go ahead, throw it on over to a little video, and then you guys will get that information.
This is the most common noise that hits your earbuds when you go for a high-stake pot drop inside Pachinki. Shotguns are one of the most common weapons that spawn across the map, but it is also the least understood category by newbies and pros alike. Let us understand how shotguns work. The 12 gauge spreads out over distance once you shoot it from the shotgun, meaning that the further you are away from your target, the larger the spread of the bullets, which means that more of them are going to miss the opponent's hitbox. So, if the enemy is equipped with a level 2 vest, you must reduce the distance to 2 to 3 meters for a one-tap knockdown to the body. Shorter range will reduce the spread of the bullets, increasing the damage registered per shot. Furthermore, Each shotgun comes with its own range. For example, the bullet spread of the DBS is much lower than the other shotguns in the game, which makes it the most dangerous shotgun in the category. Although the 1897 is the most common shotgun in the game, using it without bullet loops and a choke is not advised. These attachments are a must to increase its range and fire rate to a fairly manageable rate. The S686, on the other hand, is a favorite weapon for clutch moments in the early game. Its overpowering damage in close range has the potential to blow away 2 enemies with its 2 shells. Use the element of surprise to peek out of cover and mow down the enemy once they are closer. Unlike ARs, the spray and pray tactic doesn't work with auto shotguns like the S12K, and it's incredibly difficult to handle its continuous recoil. Most importantly, mastering shotguns is all about figuring out the timing. Especially in urban fights and situations where you are contesting drops, the shotgun can serve as a deadly secondary weapon to inflict heavy damage at close range.
Welcome back, everybody. Mezexis pulling out a massive win. That was huge for them. They were on the hot seat, but now they have been lifted up into the higher ranks. Great game for them. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Guys, man, that was a huge one right there. Inactive. I did the interview with them. You know, new squad. They had to be pretty scared, you know, at being in that bottom list, but then that big chicken dinner, they must be feeling pretty good here, Glitter. Okay, yeah, so like, look, we got Mezexis popping off here really big time. You know, we also got, XSET pulling up some big points here, 7.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, we got Polar Ace too. Don't worry, we got something set up for you guys. With Boring Protocol too, being able to get at least 14 points total. Execute, this was another team that I feel like really needed those points. We saw them be on that danger zone of not being able to qualify to the Super Weekend. And something that we also got to keep in mind here is, I mean, that match was the halfway point of league play. So for a lot of teams that are currently not performing well, like, this is the turning point. It is now or never. I'm gonna put the pressure out there, and now or never. Guess what? K19 was definitely able to collect some points there. Ladies and gentlemen, I know 2 is usually not too much, but when you have been performing the way K19 has, 2 feels pretty good, okay? So baby steps. Baby steps.
Oh my gosh, look at Issa Jad, dude, putting up some big kills here to start things off. This was a heck of a Miramar match, wasn't it, Glitter?
It was incredible, okay? And I was hoping that we would get at least one really good fight, even just because we only got to see Miramar once today, but we got a lot of good out of this Miramar. And I know you guys couldn't hear me earlier, but I was really, really hyping up Mezexis, okay? Because we had talked about how they were in a dangerous spot in those overall leaderboards. Necro had even said that we had been talking about them, kind of calling them out after that last match. And I don't know if they heard us, 7, or what happened, but not only did they bounce back, but they get a chicken dinner with 12 elims. I mean, it's like a totally different team.
Yeah, what you mean didn't hear us, Glitter? They definitely heard us, okay? Everybody out here is paying attention. We see Pirata. I mean, we actually see Pirata before in those top players graphic. So it's good to see that Mezexis, maybe this is a turning point. I mentioned it, like, right now, Glitter, is the time for some of these teams to go. And with that, I mean, Polar Ace, to be fair for them, they put up a great performance too, especially with one of my favorite players. He was able to get all the elims for this team, and that's something that I'm hoping we continue to see. And with that said, I mean, they did end up, Polo right there, ended up getting knocked, but still, I feel like, man, with the way XSET's playing, okay? Kill Switch and J7, this is what I wanted to see here. They're currently performing, and I was hyping my boy up, all right? You guys seen it before. Kiyoshi with a 1K damage, 6 elims, Kill Switch as well, and Hachi, we were talking about him last time too. J7 being able to perform right there for XSET. That feels real good.
Bro, J7 pulling up some huge numbers, man. It's about time. You know, I mean, 3 kills, you know, some big damage. That's huge. Kill switch as well. But the man, the myth, the legend, Kiyoshi, baby, bro, coming in strong. That's how we do it. Ain't that right, 7?
What? I couldn't hear you. My mullet's covering my ear. What you say? Oh, Kiyoshi, that's right. That's right. I told y'all, hey, this man can put up a good performance. By the way, this is real hair right here.
Same.
Don't get it twisted.
Listen,
Don't get it twisted.
We don't get an interview with Kiyoshi at some point after all of these mullet shenanigans, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Dude, the man is a legend. What do you think about our hair, Glitter? You like it? You like it?
You know what? I think you both pull it off. I think we need to Kiyoshi up here and you get the trifecta. It'll be perfect.
Bro, yeah. I'm telling you, that mullet power at an all-time high. You know, we just got to get that mustache power up first, you know. But let's go ahead and take a nice little intro to a video from XSET.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the defending champions of PMPL North America, XSET. But being the defending champions means that there is a big red bullseye painted on their backs. But XSET are more than ready for the challenge. NA veteran J7 has been in the squad for nearly a year and is one of the essential components of the team. Another player who joined along with him is Killswitch. Having previously played for Team Execute, his performance at the PMGC 2020 piqued the interest of XSET, and he's been there since. Polo joined the team before the 2021 full season. He is an NA veteran, and many will remember him from his time at Wildcard Gaming. His list of accomplishments also includes wins at PMCO Spring Splits in 2020 and 2021.
Survived that grenade, and Jay ends up getting eaten by one of them himself. Sam getting caught by Polo. Polo doing too strong. Carnage and Leon have to bounce this back. Happy with their replacement so far. Carnage saying, I'm taking out Sam. Don't touch him.
Trying to mow down the grass with the scar here at the end, but Polo, the wrecking ball, taking out 19E, pretty much 6 kills.
With his ex-teammates Enigma and Jay alongside him, all 3 won the PMPL NA trophy shortly after. In fact, the team also had a solid run at the subsequent Americas Championship, where they finished in 3rd place. While their PMGC journey was far from perfect, finishing 19th on the global stage hasn't dampened their spirits. For the upcoming spring season, this team is definitely one of the favorites, but do they have what it takes to take the trophy home a second time?
Man, XSET, they're the defending champs here. You know, they got a lot to prove. They got a lot of people riding on them. You know, you got to say rep that set in the chat. Let's go ahead and pull up their player stats here so we can take a look, a little bit more in-depth analysis on this deadly squad. It could definitely pop off at any time. And Killswitch, whoa, he did not wait a second here, 7.
It's not just Killswitch, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, my boy Polo. What's up, Polo? You decided to show up today, too. 8 Ilums, 9 knocks, and you said it, too. I mean, we were asking for it. J7, one of the veterans here in PUBG Mobile Esports North America, showing up too with some nice damage, 934 Ilums too. J-Way, we seen you at the top too, man. Like, slowly but surely, I feel like this team is starting to find itself. And something that I'm really enjoying out of all these players, Glitter, is that it's not a roller coaster right now. It feels like a consistency that we can definitely get behind.
Yeah, no, this is really, really nice. And I know even at the beginning of the day, you know, you had kind of said you were looking for J7 to step it up, for Jay to step it up a little bit. And right now, those were almost identical stats across the board for everybody. I mean, yes, Killswitch still coming on top. Polo still putting in second most amount of damage there, but everyone really stepped it up this game. We were waiting to see whether or not they'd be consistent yet again as those defending champs, a little bit of extra pressure kind of on their shoulders. And I feel like they're finally starting to find their groove.
I've been waiting for J7 to pop off. I still can't forget the day that he went and took out Cloud9 almost single-handedly back in the day. But the team, of course, we got to talk about is Mezexis. They were at the bottom of the leaderboards, needed a great game, and they got a chicken dinner here. Glitter, you want to break down these stats for us?
Look at this. This is exactly what we wanted. This is what we were hoping for, and this is what they needed because they want to make it into that next Super Weekend. I mean, averages on everything that needed to go up have gone up, but the heals have even gone down. I mean, come on. Come on.
Hey.
What's happening?
Hey.
What's happening here?
Yeah.
Like we had kind of questioned them. They were at the lower end of the leaderboard. They then fell into the danger zone, and they really needed a comeback performance. I already said how fantastic that was, but when you see that reflected in the damage, the elims so much higher, the damage so much higher, and managing to do that with less heals, that means they're getting better positioning. It means they're working better as a team. They're playing smarter and getting rewarded for that, and that's what they need to do consistently, Seven.
I would like for them to continue on to what just happened there, though, because as we mentioned, they are within that danger zone, and it's not somewhere where you want to be. And now the complete opposite, right? A team that we've been talking about that needs to step it up. And boy, oh boy, I mean, they have stepped it up in damage, and average healing is way up. Average elims is all the way down to an all-time low of 0. And it's crazy because the average survival time is actually higher today than yesterday, Galera. So not really sure like what's going on with this team, but ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching, I believe Sute is going to be casting the next match, and you guys might hear some truth. Let me tell you, my boy about to preach.
Oh man, dude, I ain't gonna lie, you almost set up the perfect transition there, right? I was gonna be like, hey, you know what? When it comes to Mezexis, right, the best defense sometimes is a good offense. But you know, speaking of a team with no offense right now, K19, have not been able to get it done. We got a nice little in-depth analysis I think we're about to pull up here from none other than the 7 Worlds Gaming. Break this one down for us, Papa.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start breaking down this map rotations. Get comfortable, okay? This is something that we're definitely going to be doing a lot more in the future. Now, I do want you to keep an eye on here. You know, we got XSET right here. They're going to be chilling in a good way, in a way that they don't really have to rotate right away. But if I fast forward this a little bit more, you start seeing those rotations from the teams. You start seeing them adjust themselves. And even though this player right here, Polo, didn't have the actual, wasn't actually into the zone. Let me just pause this real quick. You can see him right here. He is able to just go back to his team, regroup, and they're going to be able to use some of that height advantage to their advantage as we fast forward here a little bit more too. Let me just continue on. We're going to see the fights, and right here, just look at the position XSET it's currently on. They're smack down the middle of the map. Mezexis as well in a good position right here. We see them currently grouped up. And this is great with Mezexis too, because they don't have to worry about a lot of the fights that are currently ongoing. Sadly, you know, Kiyoshi was able to put up a great performance there and whatnot, but overall, I think the positioning of XSET and the positioning of Mezexis right there was just way too powerful. And then here being able to get that off angle too, it was just too much. Overall, Mezexis Esports, the way you guys played that, it was 2 thumbs up. Don't worry, in the future, I'll be able to bring that sprinkle back.
Oh man, I can't wait to see it, man. I can't wait to see it. That off angle from here was just absolutely critical. Such a great play. A huge game from Mezexis overall. Guys, thank you so much here for breaking that down for us. We will catch you into the next match as we get match number 4 ready. And it's gonna be Sanhok. So let's bring in our casters here, of course. It's gonna be Zute and Necro. Zute, K19, not performing well again. What do you think about that there, Zute, huh? What do you think?
I mean, I heard what Seven said. He mentioned me, and yeah, I'm gonna lay it in here. K19. Well, this is what I think, right? We always say they're veteran players, right? They came from top tier teams, and they performed well in those teams. But I think they rode in on the coattails of their teammates last year, and now that they're facing challenges, and they're having to, you know, show up for themselves, you know. Valek, Russell, Cess, they're meeting these challenges, and I think because it's finally getting difficult for them for once, they're giving up. They're facing these issues, and they're giving up.
I gotta go.
That's what I gotta say.
Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. All right, guys.
But I mean, it's harsh love. I think that's honestly what it is. Like, it doesn't add up, right, Necro? Experienced players, they should be doing well. They've done well last year, and they're performing absolutely abysmal. I'm talking bottom, like 8 points, 19th place one placement ahead of them have 23 points. That's 4 times the amount of points. That's how bad they're doing. So it's like, honestly, they're facing challenges for the first time, and they're giving up. That's it. Like,
I mean, that's just the harsh truth. You know, that's just the harsh truth. I mean, I understand he might come out as well as saying like, oh, he's being a little too harsh, but hey, that's just the harsh truth, you know? I mean, Zute is right with what they're saying, and I feel like being the veterans, playing this game for such a long time, they should be doing better. And I'm pretty sure at this point as well, every single viewer that's watching from the North American, I'm pretty sure they're going to be expecting way much more from this squad in general, and they're not really able to perform so well. Well, if you take a look at other teams, you know, for example, Mezexis is doing so great over here, you know, pretty much just bouncing back with that previous chicken dinner. Then you look at K19 and you'd be like, what's going on with them, you know? But Zute, I feel like you put that pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think because we show the spotlight on them even before coming into this tournament, right? You had them as your pick. You saw what they did as 100 Troubles. So it's like, we praise them when praise is due, but I think it's time to go really critical on them and just say like, hey, you guys had it easy last year. Now that you're, you know, having some challenges and you're having to do things for yourselves as a new team, you're giving up because it's too hard. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they still got this game. They still got one more game. But at this point, 8 points and a total of how many matches? Like six matches? There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, no, it's understandable. I do get where you're coming from. And especially knowing that now these players are veterans, I mean, yeah, this is something that's not acceptable at all. But we do see the fight breaking out, though, between Boring Protocols and XSET. This has been happening since ages now. As XSET this time, they're also able to get a couple of trades through, but Boring Protocol, they're also trying their best to fight back in this situation. A couple of kind of confirmations on those knock. J7's quite low, too. Oh, he's barely able to cross over on either side. Boring Protocols, 2 players up and alive inside the building. XSET, they have only 1 player alive. J7's quite low, and he's also going to get caught vaulting. That's going to be XSET taking out the game this early, and also a little bit of BM, okay.
All right, I mean, that's Boring Protocol winning again, twice in a row now. Problem is, they're down to 2 members again. We saw in the Sanhok earlier today, they beat XSET, but lost 2 players, and once again, losing 2 players. Is it really worth, in my opinion? I don't...
Oh, my...
Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay. The drop shot with the Uzi...
Yeah.
You know, I've had that happen to me before, Necro, where you get a person like down to 1 HP, and when they do that drop shot, you actually think it's because you finished them or you knocked them. So you let off that last bullet, and then he manages to knock you instead. That's actually happened to me before, and I think that's exactly what I saw.
And that's where sometimes, right, this is where the pro players come in, right? I mean, it's like they usually have like the time to kill down as well. I do understand what you're saying, but usually when you're just like playing the games for hours and hours and hours, you do get like that little sense of how many bullets you need to hit the players with. You're not really going to be counting the bullets. It's more kind of like you just understand, okay, maybe now it's going to be knocked out. And as soon as the drop shot comes in, yeah, that's something that's going to throw the players off. Before now, Team Chosen and 4 Pros right next to each other. Gotchi taking so many shots. He's struggling quite a lot. He's out in the open too. There's only a skinny tree in front of him. He's not really able to cover his body. And he's going to be confirmed too. The confirmation's right there in their hands. But you know what, Zute? I honestly feel like this game, I'm going to go with K19.
Really?
Yeah. That's, okay, look. You remember in the Global Championship too, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
In the Global Championship too, we had like a lot of hosts from XSET. Till the end, you guys were believing in them. So this is going to be like my final bet on K19. If they don't make it, or if they're not really able to do so great in this game, I'm never going to choose them.
So like, this is it. Like, your final straw in terms of supporting the K19 team.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, for me, that was the previous match, right? Actually, that was 2 matches ago. They failed 2 matches ago when I was casting, and I would have laid it in on them last match, but you know, you took over with Span, so they had another chance, you know, and I was like, okay, if they do well this game, I'll hold it off. I won't say anything at all. But they failed that last match, so they failed like they're already like 2 games deep in terms of failing for me. So yeah, I've lost all hope in K19 a while ago. But since we are talking about K19, they do have a nice split going on that northern side of Sanhok, right? Uncontested. And they have to rotate further down south. Teams that they might run into, WallStreetBets, Mezexis. Those are the 2 main teams right now. And WallStreetBets is actually looking kind of strong this league week. So I'm a little bit worried there for K19. But hey, if they die, they die. If they make it in, they make it in. It doesn't matter to me at this point because K19, not going to waste much more breath on them.
Oh my god, Zute is disappointed hard. He just doesn't care about him anymore. But yeah, Mezexis is there. They're also going to find the opening against HTV. Not just an opening, actually. 2 players taken down this early in the game. Something that is not really that good of a news. 4 bros, though, charging on in against Boring Protocol. Still trying to stand in strong. But so far, Boring Protocol, they're going to dismantle because they just don't have the man number to play off of with. But Aether's still going to spoil their dreams as he's able to get the confirmation on one of the fallen men. And now he might just clutch this one out. He has half HP to play with. Both the players from 4 bros are quite hurt. One single bullet from Acer should be able to seal the deal on 1 player. And then maybe if he's able to isolate that duel, that's going to be huge. Takes down Glass as well. Acer, what's going on? This man's flipping the table single-handedly. Russ is able to get the reset onto himself. He's going to patch himself back up. And Acer is looking to fight this. Is looking to fight back strong, and he does. He clutches it. What?
I don't think we caught it on camera, but Acer hit a double nade. At the beginning of that fight.
I saw that in the kill feed.
Yeah. He hit a double nade. At the beginning of the fight, it was a 4v2. And I think Dope definitely targeted that team. Or not Dope. The team definitely targeted the Boring Protocol team. 4 bros, they knew they were down. They drove in, went for the easy, what they thought would have been an easy 4v2. Quick 1-for-1 trade, 3v1. Acer hit a double nade, confirmed 1, knocked another. And I think he got the other 2 players down to 1 HP also, because when we saw Acer push up, they were both like 1 HP. That nade did massive amounts of damage, and then Acer, well, this guy used to be a legend back in the day. I think that was a glimpse of his former glory. And maybe Acer, you know, is bringing that old legendary Acer status back. That was something that I haven't seen in a long time from Acer, and it's definitely good to see.
Oh my god, yeah, that's something that's completely insane. I mean, that 1 nade right there, the game-changing nade, the fight-changing nade, as you still call it. We have Boring Protocols. They already have 8 elimination points for themselves, wiping out XSET and now also wiping out 4 pros. At this point, it's like Acers, just sit back, relax, and chill. You know, just try and play for the placement. Even if you're not really able to do so great, it's okay. 8 points in your pockets. League play, all that matters is top 16. You're not really going to get any money for doing great in league play. So just top 16, man, that's all you need. If you're going to keep the consistency flowing, that's going to be okay. But Vamp, okay. Benny was out in the open. Took a couple of shots from the side of Panthers, but yeah, it's going to be safer now.
8 points, definitely a good game on Sanhok nonetheless, right? Such a chaotic game, so much RNG involved. To be able to secure 8, that's a win in my books, especially for the league week, like you said. So really great job out of the Boring Protocol team. They're looking stronger and stronger. I think compared to last week, they had some slip-ups when it came to Sanhok Boot Camp Hot Drop, but they've won back-to-back fights, and this time around, they won a fight, lost 2 players, but then they pulled off a 2v4. So on the up and up is Boring Protocol, and the best part is, it's not off of the backs of Spec. You know, they're not constantly relying on Spec to make these big plays. The other players are also starting to step up too.
And this is what we like, right? All the players stepping up. Oh! Sub pick though. Oh, that's a nice spray from his side. Godfan now out the equation, getting knocked out. But the Chosen, man, the trouble continues for them. They're not really able to do so great in the overall rankings again. And they just get picked off early. They just get those casualties on their hands. Top players as well. As you guys can see, of course, Coops has to be on the top. Like, without a doubt, this man has to be the table topper.
Yeah, Koops is always getting his face shown somehow, some way, you know, whether it be in most damage, most eliminations, whatever the case is. Koops, consistent. Probably one of the most consistent North American players I've seen, right? Like, even when the team overall is struggling, he still manages to nab some sort of accolade for himself when it comes to these stats. So if the team can't get it done, Koops will somehow still get it done. This time around, though, they got Tensa on the squad, IGLA. Tensa is such a smart player. I've had the joy of, you know, having some conversations with them in terms of, you know, strategy and all of that. And Tensa, Tensa's the type of player I would like to call a very cerebral player. We all know he's really good at potential clutches.
Oh,
the trap. Oh, HTV. Trapping themselves, actually. 19E coming in prepared here. Well, I mean, HTV down to 1. I think it's not long. He does get one knock. Tries to go for the thirst. Easy cleanup for 19 Esports. 19 Esports also doing really well this league week.
Yeah. Indeed, doing really great so far. Polar Ace right here too, just confirming those kills for themselves. And now this is something that I saw right in the South Asia region that I'm also casting for the PMPL. And I mean, I don't know if you've
seen... and IHC?
IHC, they're dominating. The Mongolian region is dominating. Yeah, and I don't know if you saw today on Sanhok, Zyal was using a DBS in the final zone, and he was just doming people. He was just putting them 6 feet under with that DBS. And this just shows, right? This team's right in general. And if you take a look at that team's player card as well, all the team stats are in front. The kills are equally distributed. Every single player. 2 players have 10 kills, and then the rest 2 have 9 kills. It's like every single player's popping out from IHC.
Yeah. Something about the Mongolian teams.
Yeah.
I don't know what makes the Mongolian region so strong. They came out last year out of nowhere, right, in the form of Zeus and PUBG.
Zeus is IHC this year.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. But then Stalwarts, you know, came from the Mongolian region and upset IHC/Zeus, and now they're clashing each other head to head, both having really great games. You know, I want to see that consistency out of North America, and when I say consistent, I mean like team consistency, right? I want to see all 4 players, like you mentioned, having very similar stats to one another, and it's not just 1 or 2 players kind of carrying the squad.
Exactly. When you're going to have like every single player play really well, that also shows the amount of communication that's going through. And that also shows like your communication is pretty much on point. And also, every single player is capable of making those solo plays. And I'd see they're like recruiting a new rookie right there in their team. He's called Alex. We've never seen this man play in the past, but the way he's playing is, goddamn, he's not scared of anyone. He's like a fearless fragger from their side.
All right, we're heading into the next circle shift. Nova in the previous zones, we saw him spread all around the southern side, collecting all those first aid kits. Dope did take over the Knights' positions in Painan since the Knights are not playing. And the circle, wow, that's we don't see the zone end this far south too often. So this is going to be quite interesting for many of these teams. And for the teams all up in the north, they have a long ways to go.
Indeed, long ways to go. Noah so far seems like they're going to be the first team to have the best spot for themselves, and they're just straight up booking it for that one. They're probably going to try and get the high ground for themselves, and that's what they're doing. QZZ already set up on the high ground, and you have Lazarus right here in the compound. If I'm not wrong, Lazarus, they are in the circle, but not really in the best of spots. I'm pretty sure Lazarus is one of those teams that would want to book it at least close to the center, because currently they're on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, Lazarus, they want to book it, but you saw what they had to use for vehicles, just boat tents. Definitely don't want to make a open crossing on those. K19 and...
Oh my god, what is this?
Getting into a fight. Yeah, K19 forced to bail out, go for that Hail Mary play right now. 1 player on the buggy, driving down into the center zone, hopefully able to find somewhere to just stay alive. Juancho's left behind to do the revives. Mezexis does have 1 player knocked, though. I think Acer might have came into the mix. Yeah, Acer did, so distracting the Mezexis team for a little bit does help out K19.
Yeah. Does buy enough of amount of time for K19 to get the reset. Don't know, but the final man just straight up booked in. Valak, he's like, I don't care about you guys. I'm just going to try and get the positioning first, and the rest 3 players are just trapped now, as Valak is all by himself in the zone. Something that should be noted down. I feel like when K19 makes a rotation, they just like cross their fingers and they're like, please, don't be anyone in here. Please, please, please. It's like they just don't seem to plan things.
Yeah, just pretty much eating all the most unfortunate things constantly over and over. But when you're consistently running into these troubles, it's no longer bad luck, it's just lack of preparation, I'd have to say.
True.
Well, Valak, he's rotating back towards his teammates, I think, because he's driving not to the center of the zone, away from the center. So I do believe he's
That's not a good idea, though.
his team. And, oh, well, he manages to run someone over, maybe on accident. I don't know. Confirms the point, too. But he does get knocked.
Oh, my God. Okay. Damn, those are some nice shots from Russell. Sess 2 taken down quite low, but unfortunately, one of the player right there from the side of K19 is already taken out. Sunny Pig from HQA. I think so is now also going to move quite close to the players of K19, but K19 so far, they're still going to be tanking that play zone damage because they haven't really found that footing on the land just yet. But look at this. If you take a look at the highest damage leaders, QZ is on the top.
I mean, we saw what QZ can do, man. QZ, Coops. I want to see a 1v1 between QZ and Coops. That would be one to watch. I don't think we've really seen them clash directly yet. Maybe one of these days. Circle goes far to the eastern side. Mezexis forced to push into Painan, trying to clear it out. And Dope, well, they had a 1-1-1 split on each corner of Painan, but it's not working out as things are looking to fall apart for them.
Yeah, it's so damaging right there. Look at Mezexis. All of them were so hurt, but finally they're able to patch himself back up with the first aids. They're also found themselves at least a safe spot for now, but the circle takes a hard shift away from them on the right side. So all of them, they still need to move in. And being in the city areas most of the times, it's like you never know when you're going to be running into a team. And you're always going to be so paranoid that sometimes you might just overthink yourself. So that's why city areas sometimes in the late game, I personally don't like them.
Definitely going to have to fight their way through it.
Oh, what? No! Oh, what's going on right here?
Looks like he's kind of fat-fingering that lean button a little bit too long, kind of stuck in that animation. Slows him down enough for Mezexis to pick up that one. Mezexis coming off the back of a really strong game the previous match. It looks like they're riding that momentum, just bulldozing their way through the Dope team. K19 up on the hill, having to leg it all the way in. Runs into Sunny Pig one more time, and Sunny Pig with the two-piece.
What? Okay, I'm done. Zute, I'm never gonna go for K19 anymore. There's,
They finish off the match with 3 points. So, yeah.
Hey, at least they get those 3 points, you know. But yeah, moving forward, Mezexis. Yahir is the man that's gonna straight up book it inside the zone because he's pretty much like moving out in the open, right? So I feel like the strat here was Yahir, you go in. If you take any shots, that means there are a couple of people watching us. So the 2 players were just a little late to rotate in. But yeah, the Wall of Death also at this point in time, it's going to deal a decent amount of damage. You want to make sure you're never being caught out with that. And then this punch boost right here, making sure the teams that on the left, they're not really hearing them. But now they're also taking shots from Casper, which is all the way across on the other side. Casper all the way in the Wall of Death, all the way in the play zone is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the one player that they didn't go. The punch boost might have some added benefits, but if you're punch boosting, you're definitely getting a little bit of a lift, sticking your head up over that little ridgeline side. Take some shots to the dome right there as an active goes down. Next circle comes on out. Shifts a little bit more to the northeastern side. So the only 2 teams really in zone is WallStreetBets, Polar Ace right now. Nova still has 4, so it'll be interesting to see how they fight their way in, along with the Lazarus team on that northern side.
Lazarus, though, they still need to make it inside the zone, as you said. Kaiseki's in the front. It's a nice 3-1 split for this team. The rest 3 players in the compound in the back, and now Mezexis, they're looking to put some amount of pressure as Lazarus, they're taking a decent amount of damage with that play zone, and also those nades lopped in from the side of Mezexis, but the smoke wall's not going to be enough to cover their bodies. Moves out in the open, inactive, misses a lot of shots with that spray, but has no other option than to move in. Look at Fears as well, he falls down. Now the play zone's going to be hurting so much. Joey, though, is finally going to put the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be Mezexis taking out the game. Nova, Kindness gets knocked out in the water. Shifan right there in the front too. Jovi straight up gonna charge on in, but I don't think she has any clue that Shifan's right here ready.
They hear each other. It's a game of chicken. Both players have the grenades. Joey gets the better end of it as he got his grenade out thrown first. So Joey will win that one. Now he's looking for the last player of Nova. Has a good idea of where Koi is. Knows he's exposed. Tries to run back, but I don't think he has the time. However, Koi with the Vector? Out of 5.6 ammo, maybe? Not sure why Koi's using the Vector long range, but Joey will get safe behind a tree and not cooking in the blue zone, unlike Koi. Oh, Koi's got the meds, though, I see.
Yeah. He can just sit outside the zone for days with 17 first aids to play off of with. On the other hand, Lazarus, as you can see, 1 medkit, 1 first aid on that man right there. 19 Esports in the compound with the players of WallStreetBets. Draco is the man trapped in this little house. He isn't moving an inch, he isn't moving a muscle, but somewhere down line, 19 Esports, they have a little clue of what's happening around them. Draco finally moves out, finds the opening, finds the second one too, single-handedly putting so much damage, and he's gonna take all 3 of them down. A nice 3K from Draco, and he's gonna get rid of the entire squad of 19 Esports. He makes it look so easy.
Drago, where has this guy been? I mean, okay, this name is iconic from the last year. We had a lot of hype built around Drago, and I think we now know why. Wow, what a play by Drago. Coming into the last few zones, Polar Ace with all 4 players up, and the rest of the 4 teams are solos. Oh man, this should be Polar Ace's game day in, day out.
Yeah, they have been playing this so well, taking that calculated risk. And now they have all their players up. You can see Drago is probably going to try and just do the Met strat this late in the game. He has no other choice left. He's all the way in the play zone, hoping that now maybe he can get the 2nd spot for his team. Frady over here too, quite hurt from the side of Team Panthers. Polar Ace going to move in. Joey's right in the front. Somewhere down line, Polar Ace, they have a little clue of where Joey is because they do spot out a smoke grenade. Nades are going to be locked in quite close, but not really finding that sweet mark just yet.
I'm just waiting for the last Nova player to run out of meds and maybe shoot Polar Ace from the side to help out Joey, but Joey goes out. That's another placement for the Nova team. WallStreetBets, Drago doing the best he can to med it out, and the Panthers sneaking his way in. Frady comes in too close. Oh, he should have committed to that spray, at least knock out 1, and that's the Panthers eliminated. Now Polar Ace.
Oh, that's it.
They're hunting. They're looking. Yeah, of course they won. Drago with 3, Nova with just 1. Drago looks like they will be taking 2nd place. Koi.
Oh my god, okay.
Not able
something.
Yeah.
That's something I haven't really seen. That's something I'm not really accustomed to seeing. Vector 3x. Okay.
I think the reason why he was using the Vector earlier too on Joey is that he didn't want to make so much noise that a player might, hear that noise and then snipe him out that he's not aware of because he's supposed to survive in the meds. But yeah, Polar Ace coming in with a huge victory. Good for them on the map of Sanhok, and we always say Sanhok, it's the map where you don't know what will happen, and almost every team has a chance of winning it. And this time, Polar Ace coming in, and we do see Kiyoshi with that mullet. We might see another mullet performance depending on Kiyoshi's stats here, but great game for Polar Ace.
I want a mullet too, man. Not gonna lie. I mean, it would look pretty great on me. But let's take a look at the round report. Caspers with the most elimination this time, and then you have Acers too coming in with the highest damage, 798.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's quite unfortunate that there's not another player that actually made the 1v3. I actually forgot the name. Oh, my memory, man.
Acer against 4 Bros? Is that?
Yeah, 4 Bros. Yeah, 4 Bros. That was right there. Yeah.
That's why his damage so high. He absolutely destroyed that 4Bros team. I think that this is one of the few times we've seen a player from a different team in each individual category. It's like it's like a little bit on my ADHD side that none of these players are matching, you know, like, because usually we have at least 2 to 3 players from the same team or something like that. So oh, funny to see that mishap of or mismatch of players on that round report. But I mean, that kind of has to do with the fact, you know, Sanhok, you know, everyone's kind of fighting for their own lives, so to say.
Exactly. I mean, Polar is now also getting that chicken dinner for themselves on the Sanhok map. And then still K19. I mean, I had little hopes. I went with K19, but now I'm not really going to be good. I'm not really going to be going with K19. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below. We can bet our bottom dollar that PMPL NA Spring 2022 is going to be an absolute banger of a tournament. And why wouldn't it be when we have WallStreetBets playing in the league stage? Steve-O has been the team's longest serving member. He started in PMCO NA Fall in August last year, where his team finished 7th, earning them the invitation to PMPL NA Season 2. Shortly before that tournament began, Drago and Baba also joined the team. WallStreetBets finished 7th, narrowly missing out on a chance to play at the PMPL Americas Championship. Baba comes from Pakistan, where he has competed in a number of high-profile South Asian tournaments under the banners of Freestyle Esports and Stalwart Esports. Going into the new season, the team has a slightly different lineup. 24K from Mezexis Esports has joined the roster, along with Nemesis and Shark. Can this team go from underdogs to champions?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here. Whew, man, we have been running through these matches like crazy. Sanhok double in the day. It's always a fun way to get it going. Also, gotta always talk about our wonderful partners. That's gonna be Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Let's go ahead and bring back, of course, our analyst, 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Guys, hey, double Sanhoks today. What'd you think about that last one? I want to start with you, Glitter.
I thought that we got yet another new chicken dinner winner here on the board, Polar Ace. With the, I mean, this is massive for Polar Ace. I feel like they've been really improving week to week. Huge for them. WallStreetBets, your boys, 7 here in a 2nd place finish with 15 points. And then Nova, we were talking about Nova. They didn't have a lot of elims this time around, but they were able to nail down a 3rd place finish. And I feel like overall, they just look better. They feel better on Sanhoks, because when we first started this season 7, they were not good on this map.
Yeah, they weren't good, and also what helped them out is that 4Bros decided not to hot drop on them. So interesting stuff that's happening there after Four Bros did end up losing that first engagement on the first Sanhok. But then we have this hot drop. I mean, this one, this one's never gonna go away, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so just enjoy the wonderful madness that we get between Boring Protocol and XSET. And this just pains me, Glitter, because XSET has been playing so well too.
I mean, it's true, but on the flip side of that, after Boring Protocol's performance yesterday, I feel like, you know, I'm not that surprised, right? They've been really picking it up. I mean, Acer, how many times have we spoken about Acer at this point for Boring Protocol in these highlights? Generally, this is the aggression that we really like seeing out of Boring Protocol. Now we're going to continue going through some of these highlights, but what I'm thinking about here, because I was even looking at the match results. Mezexis didn't get a lot of placement points, but still had 5 elims on the board for themselves. And coming off of a chicken dinner, I mean, to be able to at least continue some of that aggression, that's huge when you have teams like HQA not doing overall too fabulously. You saw the Chosen going down earlier than they probably would have liked. So, I mean, we're seeing some of those teams that needed to pick it up that we highlighted at the beginning of the day doing well, and some of the teams that were right in the bubble that we didn't necessarily call out, but they're even doing well.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfectly there with Mezexis, and then mentioning Helping Quit Addiction. That's another team that I actually wanted to talk about, because they were pretty much the exact same there with Mezexis. They only had 1 placement point and also 4 elims. And Helping Quit Addiction, I feel like this week has slowed down in an insane way. And I'm not sure if that has to do with the way they were able to kind of perform during that super weekend in week 1, since they did end up in 4th place. So I'm wondering if they're kind of taking a book of what Knights has been doing, but I mean, you can't really try to copy Knights, okay? They're on a different level right now, especially when you got Coops on their end. And then, I mean, we have Drago. This was actually a player that absolutely amazed me at how he was able to play last season, so I'm glad to see that he's back. But then, guess what, Glitter? Boring Protocol. Acer, we'll get to see that again. Acer being able to put up at least some of those elims. 8 elims total, 1,500 damage. Mezexis, you mentioned it too, 5 elims, 1,200 damage. And then if we go down the list there, I am happy to see at least W2D2 Esports be on this top damage dealers, because they ended up with 800 damage. You know what, I'm gonna give it to you guys. 900 damage with 5 elims, Glitter.
Yeah, what's actually really cool about this damage too, Jukes, is that honestly, it's pretty even, right? When you think about all those teams, there wasn't a massive standout, which on Sanhok, we love to see. We love to see all these teams getting involved on those engagements, getting those points where they can, and really kind of doing whatever they can to chip away at the overall leaderboard.
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
I have a cat in my room, and I do not own a cat, so I'm very interested. I'm very slightly concerned, but he looks friendly, so I think we're good right now. Hey, buddy. Okay, all right, great.
You know what?
Kiyoshi is crushing it, guys. Well, he's doing a great job. He's doing a really good job, Seven.
He is.
Boy.
You better have that on, all right? Forget about the cat. Have on what I was telling you to put on, because we're gonna be talking about our boy Kiyoshi. 1,300 damage, 8 elims. And it's not only that, I mean, with Trey, this is interesting to me too, Glitter, because remember, Trey was one of their best performing players as well last week for this team. So it's good to see that Kiyoshi, a player that I was able to kind of pick out and just enjoy the pressure that he was able to put into other teams. He's now starting to perform well. And I mean, it's not only him too. You got to give some credit to Chanel there. 5 elims, Chronic 2, 3 elims. So overall, they're kind of shying away from that healing strat that we were seeing them do a lot here in Sanhok. And this is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about champions. Champion mentality, all right? It is the mullet. That mullet mentality. You got to play to win the game. You don't play to heal.
I need a mullet.
Hey, dude, you know what? I put this bullet on, the cat just came straight into my house, dude. I'm telling you, this thing's got power, baby. This thing's got power. Let's go ahead and pull up this nice little flyover that we got here from these squads. I'm still just staring at this cat, dude. I hope it doesn't attack me. The Panthers pulling up some, yeah, the Panthers having kind of a, crazy day today here, Seven.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, when we compared the stats that they were able to put yesterday, remember, coming into today, it was a team that was coming into first place that were able to put up an insane amount of damage. As you can see, 1,100 damage. But today, that's kind of almost cut in half with only 595. And then if we go to the average Illims, it's only 2.33. And it's insane to me that say it's only 2.33 Glitter, because out of this stats, with that average survival time, like, those are still impressive numbers. Those are still numbers that are gonna be able to put you on top 16. No way.
You know what?
Okay?
I think the cat coming into your house, Jukes, is a good omen for the Panthers. Okay, it's their cousin coming to visit you, letting you know that the Panthers are gonna pick it up in the last match of the day.
That's right. You're a good little Panther. Yep, the Panthers are going to go and pop off. They're going to do a good job, and we're going to have to give a good, solid name for this little guy in the chat here. Let's pull up a nice little illustration, of course, from the 7 Worlds Gaming. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? He's going to do a good illustration. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
What is today? I love this show. Production, I love you even more. In this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at the full-on push that we saw from 4 bros against Boring Protocol. That's right. Boring Protocol set themselves up nicely here. You're going to see. I want you to keep in mind this player right here, Acer. All right? Because that's going to be the star of the show. He's going to take a little bit longer to kind of pop off, but you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Sam L is able to win at least an engagement there, helped out by being able to knock Master OP. He does end up getting knocked there by Lori, and right here, Acer is able to wait perfectly. If you can see, he notices that Russ is gonna go for that, pretty much for that knock on the down player, and then he decides to just go for the full-on push. You're gonna see Russ is going to have his sight down, and guess what? Acer's just going to be able to easy pick him right there. Lori realizes that somebody's there. Guess what? The grenades are going to be coming in, and this is when Acer starts rotating at it, and I feel like this is so huge. Instead of going to the defensive, he says, you know what? Let's just do a full-on push. I'm going to have angles. I'm going to be able to go behind this house and also wrap around, and it worked out perfect because Glass had to heal as well. Acer is going to be able to clutch up here. He wins one of those 1v1s. And right here, something that I enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, I want all the viewers at home to pay attention to this, is he realizes whether the car is too close to this wall, whatever it might be, he jumps in the car so he can cut out the other side. And at that point, Russ might have also thought, hey, he might leave on this car, so let me rush even more. Acer, aware of that, gets ready and look at the health difference, all right? This right here is what we call win your 1v1s, people. This is when it matters the most. Look at that health. That could cost you thousands, and I mean thousands of dollars. And for that, Acer, you get the first illustration, the actual solid illustration of this season. GG's, my man. What a play.
That was disgusting, dude. Especially him hopping in that vehicle and then popping out of it. Saw some little vehicle shenanigans. Trying to make some plays there. Absolutely crushed it for a squad. Put up some big points. You know, at the end of the day, though, the squad, I think that I got to keep on talking about the team I'm looking at is K19, right? And K19... I think if I don't see a crazy chicken dinner, here's the last time I'm looking at him.
Let me cut you off real quick. You know what happened in that last segment too that I forgot? I asked Glitter, who do you think is gonna win this fight? She said Acer. Acer's definitely gonna win at 7, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta bring back Glitter Damas. Oh, but it's not just any Glitter Damas. It is broken Glitter Damas. Okay? Look.
Oh my
gosh. Wonderful player radar. Prediction accuracy 100%. All right? Explosiveness 77. Nova Fangirl, you guys already know what's up. Injury level, I mean, her hand is currently hurt. I cannot confirm nor deny if it's broken. But she still got it, dude. She still can't predict who's going to win the game. If you guys want the lottery numbers or get some free UC, make sure you hit her up on Instagram.
She's crushing it. Now, I love how it says just no hard emotes. Incapable at this time. Jeez. Okay,
give it a try. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right? Give us a clap. Give us a clap. I'm just kidding. Right? All right, Glitter, let's get a prediction, though, out of you, right? See if we can keep the streak alive here. Last game of the match. Who's getting the dinner?
At this point, I am completely thrown off. That 100% win rate, that's going to go down the drain, all the way down to the bottom. You know what? Acer, take it home. Boring Protocol, last match of the day. Are they even playing? Are they even in the... Are they sitting out?
I don't know. We'll find out.
We'll find out. No, kitty. That's my microphone cable. Not that. Not that. Yeah, please. Not that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for that wonderful analysis desk. I'll see you there as we wrap up the show a little bit later. Let's, of course, bring in our casters here for the next match. Come on back. Zute and Necro. Guys, last match of the day. People want to know your thoughts. Y'all guys take it away, and I'm going to take care of this cat.
Oh man, the cat right there, huh, Zute? Definitely something that is really interesting. But yeah, we also need to focus on the game here. Now, Glitter said boring protocols. I personally would like to go with Team Panthers because we know they like to end things on a great note. So I'm gonna go with Team Panthers. What about you? What are you gonna go with?
I just want to say, I think Glitter knew Boring Protocol wasn't playing, and just so she isn't put on the spot with her 100% accuracy, she pretended to pick Boring Protocol because, well, yeah, they're not going to be playing. So in a way, that's her way of not picking any teams. If I had to pick a team, though, I'll go with Nova, right? I think Nova has been absolutely, crushing it this week, and they haven't picked up, a huge win as of yet, and I want to see like a really big one out of them for this last match of today.
I mean, talking about Nova, yeah, you said, I mean, somewhere down the line they have been kind of absent, but hey, top 16 is what you really want to be aiming for, and I'm pretty sure for Nova it's going to be a piece of cake. But the plane fly path this time, it's going to be starting all the way from down south, from military base till Zarki. But we also do get the production talking to us saying that there's going to be a little rehouse with this game. Maybe there's a couple of problems going on with the players. We don't exactly know, but there is going to be a rehouse. So we're going to have a little bit of more screen time.
Well, our faces, they're back, looking good. Rehost, I think this is the first rehost we've had.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
PMPL long, so hey, not bad. Technical problems do happen from time to time, but this is the first one, yeah. So I think we're doing.
Previous one was
good.
almost about to be there though. I think so, if I'm not wrong. The one which I was casting with Span, I think so. It was almost about to be the one, but then it got canceled. We don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes. But yeah, I feel like K19 now, again, I mean, somewhere down the line, the analyst desk still has a little hopes in K19. And who? Okay,
sorry. Say one more time. What team are you talking about?
K19, man. I know for you they do not exist anymore. I know for you they do not exist anymore. But take a look at the map performance right in front of you. As you can see, XSET on this map has been pretty phenomenal so far, and Lazarus too are doing a great job on the map of Erangel. But Nova. Now, Nova was something that we saw in week 1. They were on the top in Erangel. Now you can see the conversion in week 2. They're not really there.
Well, if you really look at the stats, though, for Nova, Lazarus, and XSET, these three stats are honestly really close. Like, it's like a 200 damage, 300 damage difference between Lazarus and XSET. The 200 damage difference, that's not a lot considering how much damage is just being thrown out all across the match, right? So, in a way, yeah, XSET is leading in the stats here for Erangel, but it's honestly anyone's game between these two Titans. And we saw, like, on game 1, I believe it was game 1 or 2 of Erangel today, we had, some of the Titans really clash with each other, and it was really close between all three of them.
Indeed. Things are going to be really close, but we also did see in the Super Weekend, right? Sometimes it can be a completely different course. Before now, let's take a look at top players and continue the conversation. Now, in Super Weekend, we expect things to be on the complete different notes, unless if you're a team like Knights, right? You're going to have the consistent performance even in league play, and then you're also going to have consistent performance in the Super Weekend too. It's like Knights, they just want to be the kings no matter what. Same thing was kind of going on for Nova as well. But one team that really did drop off though, I feel like Lazarus, the way they were playing in the league play in week 1 and then the Super Weekend conversion, it didn't really add up.
I'd have to agree with that, but I'm going to do the caveat of it's the league play, right? And they're kind of taking a little bit of a step back. We'll see what happens in the Super Weekend next week. I know they were very disappointed in their Super Weekend performance, even though they did do pretty well. They told me they kept making these small mistakes that really cost them a lot of points in the long run. I want to give a quick shout out though to Starlight, the non-existent human being on that top players page. Maybe he didn't get a good picture in, but Starlight,
face reveal.
He's a player that's been grinding this game for a while. He's probably one of the more dedicated players in terms of like just putting in the hours. He's constantly on Twitter, just like randomly making statuses like, hey, anyone up to 1v1? And it's like 4 a.m. okay, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. He's like, anyone down to 1v1? Like, that man's is a straight grinder. So really happy to see him, you know, all that work paying off, getting some recognition when it comes to being one of the potential top players. And looking at the overalls, well, Nova is leading right now, and not only that, they've only played 7 matches. So XSET and Boring Protocol, definitely not going to be able to overtake them. The Knights, the closest team behind them that will be playing in this very last match. Look at that point differential, though. Like, Nova, man, they came out swinging yesterday, having maybe 3 times the amount of elimination points as placement points. And now today, well, they're racking up the placement points and still skyrocketing their elim points.
Now, I don't know if you were here, though, yesterday, you know? Yesterday, Knights, they were just doing absolutely, I mean, they weren't really doing that great so far the day. And then in the final game, before the final game, I said, Knights, stop pulling off an April Fool's prank. I know you guys are about to win this game, and they actually won the final game. Now, looking at the overall rankings again, my memory got lightened a little bit more, and now I want to change my prediction to Knights.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Here's the bigger question, though. When we saw 17th through 20th, right, the Hitlist, the Chosen, Execute, and another team, are they, out of those 4, right, which one do you think is going to break it into the top 16 and potentially kick one of the teams out? Now, the Hitlist, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't made a super weekend yet. The Chosen made one last week, but they finished 16th place overall. And Execute, I think they were like 10th, 11th, 12th after super weekend last week. They're looking really rough this week.
Yeah, this week it seems like the entire course has changed, right? Things are being changed quite a lot. And considering the fact that they still have a couple more games to go in the front too in the future, I honestly feel like this time we might see the hit list come through. Now, Zute, look, this is something that I noticed, and I feel like the hit list, if we compare their performance back in week 1 and now in week 2, I feel like the hit list, when it comes to their fragging prowess, they've been looking really good.
That is true. They've definitely managed to put up some serious elimination points. And when I say serious elimination points, I mean by the means of where they got the elimination points from, right? They took down Boring Protocol, they took down the Knights, and straight up 4v4 engagements on Sanhok. So I know they're down there, but yeah, out of those 4, I know we still got one more day, but if I had to pick one that I'm most hopeful for as far as like improvement goes, it'd be the hit list. They got this game, and they got one more day after. We'll see where it takes us, but we're finally back on the Erangel game after the remake flight path on the eastern side, going from south to north. But with it being Erangel, I think everybody should be fine in terms of getting to where they want to go for their drop locations.
Now, I had a little question for you, Zute. You know, this is not really related to North America, but it's more kind of like a global question. So your favorite team has to be Noah from China, right?
No, be actually the Chosen from the Chinese, not the Chosen playing here. All right, I had hopes for them. I picked them last week, but you know, we'll not talk about that. But there's another the Chosen team, like their counterpart in China. They're like the underdogs. They are constantly getting second place. Nova's constantly beating them out. And it's like, it's more fun to cheer for the underdog, right? But my fallback would be Nova.
Okay, so other than Nova and the Chosen, I would say, other than the Chinese region in general, which team you think you would like the most?
Picking from NA or just the global scene in general?
The global scene, but counting China out.
Okay. I definitely have to side with the Mongolian team. You know, like IHC or Stalwart, right? Like, I love their aggressive style. I've always favored teams that are more aggressive, and the Chosen out in China, they're definitely considered one of the more aggressive teams amongst the Chinese teams there. And then, of course, we know the Mongolian region. Like, I think they're just purebred aggression. Like, all the players there, man, their play style is just...
Yeah.
You could tell. You could tell what they honed their skills in on.
Exactly. I mean, that's like the prime example of having the mechanics down as well, and then also having the team comms and communication on point too. That's like the Mongolian region in general. But for now, I'm going to hold on to my words as Knights and BTOWN might just get engaged in the fight as quick as possible, as Brar is right in the front. He hasn't really revealed himself just yet. Coops is right there all by himself, isolated somewhere down the line. He has a little knowing, a little sense of what's going on around him, or maybe he does or doesn't. Took a couple of shots. Coop is not a man you want to charge a fight against like that, but he's quite low. This time he doesn't have the HP supporting him. Brar plays that really well.
I think Coops overextended just a little bit on their splits. I usually see the Knights not extend over to the bridge side, but that might actually been due to the plane path, right? It was so far to the east that he overextended to somewhere that maybe he's usually comfortable looting, you know, uncontested. But BTOWN, they had to go even further west due to that eastern plane path, and they kind of landed closer to each other. But that's fine. I mean, the Knights, they'll lose a player. It is Coops, the big hitter, but they're sitting really comfortable as far as the league points go, and they'll probably just brush that one off and just carry on.
Exactly. I mean, they still have Xenox up, and he pretty much is equally as good as Coops. Maybe a little bit, you know, just like a point off, but it's okay. I would call him still equally as good. Xenox is more kind of like a player. He likes to play with somebody instead of playing solo. So, but we've seen him, you know, pull off some insane clutches in the past as well, so we can't really just question that. But for now, we have Polaris in front of us, right? One of those teams doing pretty okay-ish, or doing pretty well, I would say, in the overall rankings. And without a doubt, this team, at this point, we might as well just count them in the top 16, because consistency should be there in their hands. Now, I went with Knights, and somewhere down the line, Knights, I mean, already, maybe I would have just, I could have just cast a curse to Zute. Maybe I've gotten your powers now.
Oh, well, I mean, I went with Nova. We'll see which team does better. Of course, yeah, Knights starting off not as well. And I don't think we really mentioned the circle. We have a very northern circle. Pretty much the middle of the zone is the river between, you know, that cuts through Razak. Most likely it's more to the north, so I'm imagining the zone will shift somewhere on the northern side, which we haven't seen too often. Or we do see often, but not so far in this week. We don't have too much action happening on the north side, so this will be a nice change of pace.
Yeah. Indeed, this can be a nice change of pace. As you can see on the map, though, Zute, of course, the viewers cannot really see, but what we see is 4Bros and Nova, they're getting close to each other again. This thing happened in Sanhok. This fight happened in Sanhok. Maybe 4Bros is looking to get a revenge, but Nova, they have a little wraparound from the back, so that might just bring, like, an astonishing factor for 4Bros, and they might just be astonished with that play. But I do want to see how this fight's going to be looking right here, as Laurie has found himself in this little dip right here, playing with the stairs of the bridge. Nova, they have a really great positioning over 4Bros, but there's still 2 players in the back for the 4Bros, and they can pretty much just dismantle Nova if they play that well.
Yeah, I don't know if Nova's aware or not that 4Bros already has 2 players across. If they don't, well, I picked the Nova team to win. This might just be that cast a curse moment. We'll see.
Okay, they don't.
Oh yeah, Koi. Yeah, I think that is definitely Koi getting shot by the backside. We saw Laurie not taking shots and his HP going down. But yeah, now Laurie needing that one bullet. Hey, oh well, Knights lost one, Nova lost one. I think we're on equal cursing powers. But of course, Nova potentially looking like they might get eliminated right now, so I'll hold my breath.
Oh man, they're being surrounded from both the sides, right? Glass right here in the visitor tower, quite close. Nova now, they also need to worry about the players in the front and also the players in the back. Glass, he's probably going to catch any of the Nova players if they decide to move out in the open. Kindness right here, he's getting charged on. The buggy's straight up being crashed in the compound of the player of Nova, which is Kindness. And now Master OP is trying to lob the nade in as well. Somewhere down the line, he doesn't know that Kindness is right on the same stage or on the same floor as him. But Nova, so far, they realize things are against them. Things are not really lining up for them. So they're going to take things a little slow. As the Kindness, he was quite close to Master OP. And Master OP still hasn't passed himself up.
Chiefon is knocked also, so
Okay,
it is a 2v4 situation. 2v1 right here. Glass pushing up. Kindness, he really needs to win this 1v2 if there's any chance for this team to stay alive. And Kindness, nice lean peeks, does take down Glass, not able to get the confirmation though. Another 1v1 situation. Master OP.
Oh my god!
Kindness jumping down onto the side of the shack. What a play.
Yeah.
200 IQ, parkour, hardcore. And now, just like that, 4 bros, they look like they were in a dominant position. Now all of a sudden they're not. And by the way, the Panthers are coming in from behind 4 bros too. So one of the players, Russ, had already had to jump off the bridge and not be able to commit to this fight.
Oh no, the table's been flipped now. It's Nova. Oh, the man's gonna get ticked off the zone. No, he has a decent amount of HP to work off of it. So Shifan is gonna be able to get back up on his feet. As you mentioned, Panthers gonna be all the way in the back. Laurie too, look at him. He's jumped off the bridge. 4 pros, they're looking to wipe the existence off Nova, but Nova, they need to realize, I'm pretty sure at this point, Nova has no clue that there is Team Panthers all the way in the back too. So maybe Nova thinks somewhere down the line, it should be a piece of cake to take care of 4 bros and they will just stop there and get that fight done. But then they will just get third party by Team Panthers, and that's just going to keep on adding on the pressure.
Interesting to see 3 teams caught on one bridge. But it is a very northern circle, so maybe teams just did have it set in their mind to pick up some free elimination points by bridge camping. Nova losing 1, though. Still looking good. I would say actually trading 1 player for 2 points, definitely not worth it. But here's their chance to potentially get more or get eliminated themselves as the Panthers. They will make that drive across.
Oh, and yeah, that's going to be the first knockout from the side of Panthers. And another one is also going to follow it up. QZZ to line him up and just stack him up on top of each other. Shifan's going to confirm those frags with the Mini 14, but now it's also got caught off guard with the return fire from the side of Team Panthers. Now it's an equalized situation. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's just 4 bros again, spoiling their game. There's just 4 bros is like, we don't care if we go down here. We just want to take you out, Nova. We want to make things as difficult for you guys as possible. Laurie somewhere down the line there knows there is someone on the high ground on the right side. So he's going to try and move in from as safe as possible. But Moso from Team Panthers gets a little sightline on Laurie, and it's going to shut him down.
You know what this fight reminds me of? It reminds me of that Spider-Man meme where you got 3 Spider-Man in masks pointing at each other. Like, you know that one that I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
All right, okay. Hopefully something. Yeah, it's a 3-way standoff. It's like, no you, and they're just all like pointing at each other. And this is exactly that. Like, I mean, of course, I would have to say 4 bros being caught in the middle of all of it. Definitely not in the best positions, but the Panthers down to 2. Nova still managed to keep 3 up. The resilience out of Nova looking good. Question is, when are they going to decide to move on from this? Because the blue zone will start to ramp up in damage.
And it's honestly kind of tough for me to believe that Leon from 4 bros is like actually struggling so much to play here, you know? Used to be in one of the best teams in the South Asian region. Used to play under the banner of Scarlet's Gaming.
Yes.
And he was quite a good player, I would say. I mean, he wasn't really that great. It was more kind of like Leon used to be the supporter of the team, and the rest of the team, he used to kind of like help them make plays. But I expected better out of him.
I think being the fact that he's more of a support, maybe even IGL role, right? So this team, this 4 bros team, is a newer team that he put together.
Yeah.
I think if you're more of a fragger type role, like you just pop off and carry the team, with a newer team, you're able to still do that. But when you shine mostly through, you know, strategy, IGLing, and support, if you're supporting a newer team like that you form together, it's not as effective until the team starts to ramp up overall in synergy, and then your value is more so added. So I think 4 bros, you got to give him a little more time. I do think Leon is underperforming just a little bit, given the fact that he is experienced and he is a great player, though. Moso, by the way, naded himself.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. Oh, but look at Ross. He's raining down so many bullets, but a little whiff coming through from his side, and he will have to pay the price for that. Yeah, I didn't really catch that kill feed at the time because I was also like debating in my own mind that if I'm not wrong, I've also seen Laurie play from one of the teams in the South Asia, if I'm not wrong. I feel like I've seen his name somewhere in the South Asian region because I've been casting that region for a long time. And Laurie too, if I'm not wrong, if he has been from that region itself, then he also is a pretty experienced player. And somewhere down the line, even he's struggling.
I don't know, man. We definitely have some other experienced players in this lobby struggling way more than the four bros.
I know who you're
not
pointing
to be
at.
Mentioned. Yeah, never to be mentioned again. Not by me, anyways, for the rest of this broadcast. So there we go. Circle did shift hard to the northwestern side, by the way. We saw execute at that plane. That is center of zone. Trey popping off some nice shots right underneath that truck. HTV down to, I believe, just 2 players. And that peak almost connecting those headshots.
Almost indeed. Kiyoshi now is going to lob in that Molotov. HTV trapped inside the house. As Boom is going to be on the other side. The player's been spotted in the front, but the Uzi is not going to come in clutch this time, as it's going to be Polar Ace who take out the player from HTV. Boom now knocked out. Polar Ace having 3 other players up in the front. So far, they're looking really good. So far, so good for Polar Ace. Even though they just have 3 players, it's okay, you know? The way they're doing in the overall rankings, I'm impressed. And I feel like, as I said, top 16 is all you need. So, Polar Ace, I'm expecting, even if they get like 5 points from every game, they're good.
Yeah, Polar Ace. I like the fact that they're very scrappy too. One thing that I always have, advocated for, especially in league days, is to get into these messy engagements because you're forced to heighten and speed up your team communication when things get messy, right? And also when things get messy, typically you're off on your own in your own individual fight against the team that you guys are going against, where you have to make your own decisions quickly and play to your own. But at the same time, the decisions you make have to try and synergize up with the rest of the team. And I think that's the best form of practice and how to improve your team's synergy the fastest, where everyone's doing their own thing, but they're trying to do their own thing to match up with one another.
Now, I mean, again, I'm gonna talk about some other region here, and as you said, that's really good. And this is something that really popped up in my mind as well, because from what I heard, IHC, right? So they used to play these scrims, and they actually all the 4 players used to drop on the 4 different corners of the map, and they used to try to 1v4 teams on scrims.
Wow, really? Wait,
Yeah.
Wait, 1v4 teams?
1v4. They used to drop like on 4 different corners of the map, and they were trying to 1v4. This was back when they were called Zeus.
Oh wow. Okay, talk about aggression, right? Okay then. I mean that's definitely one training regimen that is quite interesting. Have not seen that before, but well, Zeus/IHC, I mean, they're a good team, so it works.
Exactly, and Vamp right here, though, again, the struggle's being seen. A nice drop shot from his side. Actually, a little more kind of like a jump shot, I would say. So HQA, of course, they're rolling over Vamp so far. Swins as well as went down. That means now Vamp, they're handicapped to a 2-man squad. That could have been a really nice spray, but just a little off to find any connection. Vamp right here out in the open. Only thing he has going for himself is that vehicle blocking a couple bullets, and then also has the smoke to try and cover him, but that's not going to stop G-Mang from that. He's straight up going to drive through it, but it's the MK14 automatic. You might as well not catch a couple of bullets onto yourself with that, because that's going to deal a hell lot of damage. It's going to be tough to outside or withstand the damage, but it's okay. G-Mang's aim is trained.
I like that push right there, using the vehicle. Try and draw out shots, maybe run a player over. Rage with the DP. Take some shots. Oh! That's a whiff and a half. That is...
Indeed.
Well, he does get knocked, though, to the Chosen in the sides. And by the way, this is a shooting range ending. Gotta love these endings. Wish we see more of these. We got a lot of, different dynamic factors. We got this hill, the dips around shooting range, then of course the cover with inside shooting range, and you still have that high ground south of shooting range where Execute are still kind of just playing on the edge.
Talk about playing on the edge though. Knights over here looking so great so far. Knights is my pick, and things went quite tough for them early in the game, and Nova, they still have 3 players up. That's going to be Zute's pick. So I wouldn't really say they're cursed anymore because they've survived for a long time, even if they do go down. Team chosen right here in the front, Gotchi. They have found themselves a little bunker to play with, but if the circle takes a hard shift, that's where Team chosen is going to start to sweat.
All the teams are starting to set up in this zone before it shifts. I think every team has set up their each individual positions. Do notice something interesting. We'll bring up the mini-map as soon as the circle shifts, I think, but Nova playing a huge 2-1 split even this late into the game.
I just looked at it.
Nova continuously doing Nova things. And I love how Nova is like the only team that keeps venturing out. There we go. That keeps venturing out to do these splits. Like, trust me, if another team tried to do splits like these, we would just instantly be like, what is this team doing? Because they will mess it up and they will get picked apart one by one. And we even see Nova sometimes make this mistake too. But they're constantly doing this, so they're kind of perfecting that individual play of playing this split. And well, they are rewarded for it as the circle hard shifts to the east, and they have that foothold already in the form of Chiffon at the shack.
As you said, they already have the player booking their slot in the zone. Shifan just helping his teammates out, but it seems like they're not going to stop right next to Shifan. Instead, they're going to keep on booking it in the front. HQA is going to try and wrap in from the back.
Oh, look at that. I mean, that looked like a masterpiece in motion right there, right? If the analysts want to just break that one small rotation down, it was like, just like that, once again, Nova split up in a different formation, but securing 3 individual key positions left in this small zone. And I'm not saying that this is going to work out for them. There's a chance that it might fall apart, don't get me wrong. But the idea, the finesse behind it, it's always good to see teams trying to push their limits and practice this newer, or not even newer style of play, but just definitely a more difficult, advanced style of play.
I don't know if you've noticed like a difference between Knights' play style. I mean, now I understand in this game they just have 2 players up, but if you compare how they were playing in Super Weekend, like they used to have those 2-2 splits, right? It's like those 2 players would try to like 2v4 teams on the other side. Like they had like that 2-2 split going on. But in the league play in week 2, the way they're playing is like they're playing really grouped up. And this shows that they don't really want to reveal any sorts of intentions or any sort of strategies in how they're going to be playing on in the future. You know, they just want to keep the secrecy.
Yeah. Or maybe they're just chilling and they want to have a good time, you know, standing next to each other. Who knows? But look at this split. This is it. Kindness getting pushed by Trey. Trey trying to wrap around the front, and immediately QZ has the support for Kindness. And if a player pushes right into QZ, right, immediately Kindness can peek out of the shack and support QZ, and vice versa with Chiffon. So this is the beauty in playing split, but when playing split correctly. You don't want to play splits incorrectly where you're just so far from each other, you don't have good sight lines, and of course you also need the communication and the awareness to not get picked like that. Kindness does go down, and now the problem is, how are you going to get that revive? Oh, QZ, constantly with the nades, man. This man, up to 4 eliminations already, trying to 1v4 19 Esports right here.
Yeah, he's single-handedly being a menace for the squad of 19 Esports. 19 Esports is one of those teams. They've had a phenomenal day so far, but QZZ seems like he just wants to ruin that day for them in this final game. But our 19 Esports going to let that happen to themselves? That's what I want to know. Another Molotov lobbed in. This might just be really well placed as well. It's quite close, but it seems like it hasn't really found the mark just yet. Kindness goes down, and these are one of the cons from these splits. As soon as one of the players goes down, it's going to be next to impossible for you to go back to the player and get the res up. But it's going to be Execute who are straight up going to send it and just crash to the place where their enemy was standing, which was BTOWN, and they're straight up going to eliminate them at the game.
Execute also get a strong position in that circle shift by pushing in. So Execute, one of the teams not yet in the top 16. Well, this is the last match of the day, and it looks like they're showing up huge. 24K trying to hop over, stands in the molly. Shifan peeks out, does catch a glimpse of him, and that nade's going in, and Shifan will get taken down. That is the Nova team eliminated. So playing split has its benefits, but like I said, it requires really high individual skill level for it to work out.
Yeah. And 24K getting a little too greedy for that elimination right there. Unfortunately, Knights, my pick also gets eliminated, so our both picks are now out the game. And it's down to 19 Esports, who are right in the smack center, having a really great positioning. Execute 2 in the front. The game's going to mean quite a lot for Execute for sure. Mezexis is still up and alive, team chosen as well. It's like all the underdog teams, most of them, and then you have 19 Esports and WSB right there.
We're just down to 6 teams now. HQA still having to move all the way in. TC does have a foothold. Mezexis is really close to the zone. Same with WallStreetBets. All eyes on HQA to see what they do. Opa getting shot through that crack. That shack is not as well built as he might have thought, and Execute trying to put on pressure onto 19 Esports. Oh, 19 Esports actually going to go on the aggression off of that pig.
Ooh.
Like it. Let's see if they could clean it out.
Yeah, Execute right there in the front. They're also in a little bit of dip, so they don't really have the high ground to work with. On the other hand, 19 Esports with the high ground, they're just raining down bullets on the players that Execute. Now it's all down to the final man, Ying, but Alucard's quite low, and he will need to try and clutch it out. But hey, it's okay. Issue's got his back from the back, and Issue's going to make sure he's going to put the final nail in the coffin, and he's going to strike that team down. Execute now at the equation. This game was really important for them. They are not really able to rack up a lot of points. Team chosen over here as well, close to the shack. Frost put right there in the front. Oh, there's going to be a lot of pressure that's going to be applied. Imagine the amount of footsteps he's hearing, and imagine yourself in his shoes right there. He's trying his best to keep his position anonymous, but now as he's being also known, Taz is trying to fight back. Nothing much can be done, but at least he gets knockout.
Nice try by the Chosen. They do go down in 4th place overall. Not too bad, not too shabby. One of the teams also not in the top 16. So 2 teams accumulating points on the last match of the day when it's really going to matter. We still got one more day, of course, but 19 Esports with 4 players up. They've already got a chicken today. This 19 Esports team making their names known for today.
Yeah.
Really love
HQA. Yeah, 19 Esports, they've been really phenomenal today, right? I literally just mentioned it, and the way they're playing is like calculated aggression, calculated risk, and that's what's just helping them win these games and win these duels so far. And now also having the final circle on your name, they're also spread out quite well. This seems their game. There's going to be no way anyone's going to be stealing this one away from them. SB's going to find another knockout on the players of Mezexis. This is going to leave them with only 1 player alive. HQA, though, they have 2 players up. Subpic's going to find the opening. Issue's going to be confirmed instantly, so that's a big one, too. Now 19 Esports, they're down to a 3-man squad.
That was definitely a big mistake by 19 Esports.
Oh,
I like the fact, you know, they want to get the angles, but it was not necessary. They have the funnel choke point right here with all control of the zone, but it's fine. It's a 3v1 situation, and SB will pop off with that UMP silence right there. 19 Esports showing everyone how it's done. Really big chicken dinner for them for the, I believe, 2nd time today.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, I think so. It is 2nd time, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think so. It is 2nd time. 19 Esports, they've got themselves the chicken dinner. And I mean, look, talking about consistency, 19 Esports has shown themselves up on the board. But then again, as you said, there are a couple of more teams that we wanted to do better. For example, Execute, still the struggles being seen. But if you take a look at the round report, HQA Subpig is going to find himself in there.
Subpig with 6 eliminations. SB with 1,050 damage. Subpig again with the nades.
Wow, 1,000.
Ori there, longest elimination. Okay. Still throwing their names up there. They did get, you know, caught in that bridge camp early on, but still main engine to secure somewhat of a stat, you know, longest elimination. At least they got an elimination, right?
At least they did, yeah. I mean, 4 bros, they were on the verge of pretty much just crumbling down. But yeah, it seems like it's time for us to throw to a short break. So we have a little video lined up for you guys. Check it out.
Many argue that the Chinese PUBG mobile circuit is the toughest of them all. They say that the Peacekeeper Elite lobbies are the most fierce competitive lobbies, and the Chosen NA is a team that hails from this rough and rugged region. The team has set up an American division and will be competing in the PMPL North America Championship Spring 22. They stomped through the qualifiers in style, racking up 3 impressive chicken dinners in 15 matches to seal their spot at the top. No other team was able to come close as the Chosen racked up 177 points. They started off with a bang by winning the first and last games of the qualifiers day 1 and didn't take their foot off the gas pedal. Lan, First Frost, Oppa, Godje, Godfan and Silk, every one of them lifting their own weight.
I don't know how Lotus are going to be able to flush Chosen out of their spot, but over here, the Chosen making the push happen. They do realize clearly they have a huge man advantage, but still Godfan able to put the final nail in the coffin and takes the final man down, and now Godfan.
They did not have to rely on individual heroics, and the overall movement of this team seemed out of this world. This performance was just a trailer, and we can definitely expect to see this team bring the heat this season. Are they indeed the chosen ones?
Yeah, I mean, Glitter, 19 Esports, you mentioned it, being able to get that book in. First win, last win too. This is what we wanted to see. Remember, this is a team that barely qualified into the first Super Weekend Glitter, and right here, they finished it off amazingly. And another team that did amazingly, I mean, helping Quit Addiction. We're talking about how quietly they've been, if they're going to be able to kind of react the same way they've been able to in the previous weeks. They showed up. 13 elims, 12 placement points, 25 total, and then Mezexis too, 17 points. You love to see it, Glitter.
Mezexis had a phenomenal second half of the day when we were all starting to kind of question that slowdown. But I feel like this entire first page is teams that we've been waiting to hear something from, right? I mean, we've got the Chosen here with 8 placement points and 2 elims. We've got Execute up here. We haven't been able to talk about Execute at all with 9 points for themselves. I mean, love to see the 8 elims out of Nova. But if you take Nova away out of this first page 7, it is everyone else that wasn't really a top team on the day starting to pick it up in the final match of the day, getting some points on the board. And then on the second page, we're seeing a more quiet Knights. You know, we're seeing HTV did get a couple elims, but all the points were really absorbed by the teams on that first page.
It really was. And I mean, even if we go a little bit more towards the bottom right, we see Vamp here, K19 Esports. I'm glad, all jokes aside, I'm glad this team is starting to get at least a little bit of points. I feel like right now they're really, really far down in the leaderboard, and hopefully we see a lot more tomorrow. And then the Panthers, we're talking about them being able to like take a break. This is too much of a break. All right, Panthers, I don't know if it's because Glitter's not able to do the finger hearts right now or what's going on, but come on now. I want to see the Panthers again.
Oh, man, I'm back. Looks like that cat got a hold of my mic after all. Let's take a look at the daily winners graphic here towards the end here. Look at that damage there. Erangel there, 7.
Yep. I mean, 19 Esports. That is 19 Esports for you. And also, can we talk about Polar Ace? I'm actually surprised. Like, they ended up with 999 damage. Is that one of the lowest damage outputs we have actually had on a match like that? Glitter?
It's gotta be.
Right?
I mean, I'm also very impressed by the fact that out of all of the names that we see up here for our daily winners, it's Mezexis that have the highest amount of elims. 19E was right behind both times they got their chicken dinners. But Mezexis, after we called them out, maybe we're their good luck charm here, guys, because this was the turnaround of the day. They were almost in the danger zone, and now when we get a chance to finally look at that overall, they'll probably be in a fantastic spot, Jukes.
That was a clutch one right there from Mezexis. They were in big danger. So let's just pull it up right now. Let's pull up that overall. Let's take a look to see where all these teams are standing here at the end of this league stage day. Nova Esports going to end up getting the first place spot here, Glitter.
I'm not mad about that. First team to break the triple points digits for the week, but I'm most impressed with their elims. They picked up their placement points, which you called them out for, 7. They were very, very low. They definitely picked those up, but they are slaying out still with those elims. I mean, highest on this entire page for elim points, and I think in the past, that wouldn't have been something that we said about Nova, that they were very elim heavy. So this is huge for them moving forward into future super weekends and then into finals. Love to see that coming out of them. You can see how many other small movements were made here. 19 Esports now in second place after that 3 total chicken dinners for these past 2 days, 2 of them being today. Massive performance for them. XSET jumping up. WallStreetBets still holding firm though in 4th place with no chicken dinners. So that consistency alone, 7, is impressive.
It is. And when we talk about consistency, a team that I was just mentioning, the Panthers, with 26 ilms, they were only able to get 8 ilms today. I know we're talking about chilling, but I mean that's a bit too much for my liking. Okay, and then we do have some jumps ups here. We have the Chosen getting at least within the top 16, and this is a team that we're definitely gonna be keeping a close eye tomorrow. HTV Esports currently in 14th place, and W2D2 Esports, they started really good, but ever since that, Glitter, I feel like that team has just absolutely died down, and we haven't really heard much from them.
Yeah, hopefully we can see a little bit more out of them tomorrow, as it'll be their last opportunity to make it into their first super weekend, as they didn't make it the first time around. But I'm still looking at Mezexis, man. They are my highlight of today. They started off the day in 15th. There was a point where they dropped below the safety of that 16 bubble, and now they're in 9th after the second half of the day. I mean, that was the comeback I was talking about. They're giving themselves a lot of cushion because, as you see, they're at 70 points. 16th place with the Chosen is at 36 points. And you can see now who is in the bottom 4 with the points being in the 30s.
Disgusting.
Right now, that's going to be a rough comeback for these teams tomorrow, especially if we end up checking in on what their averages were, Jukes.
Yeah, that's gross. You know, I look at K19, I see 13 points, and I'm just shaking my head right now. It's really just embarrassing. I can't believe it. You know, at the same time, you know, in my heart, I know what these players can do, and 13 points, seeing where, you know, the next stage up with 39 being the difference. I mean, they could easily make it in tomorrow. They really can't, you know, but it just, when I look at them, I just see a team that just seems to have just given up here. You know, I don't see the same drive from them. You know, like we see drive from the MVP today, right? Let's pull up. Well, who do you guys think the MVP is going to be? It's SB.
Okay. Oh, I don't think I would have gotten that.
I would have guessed QZ, to be honest. But I mean, SB, 19E. I mean, 2 chicken dinners. It makes sense.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm genuinely impressed by that, because this was a player that even, I mean, we saw what he was able to do earlier in Erangel, right? As we're seeing some of the Erangel highlights here. But wow, 19 Esports, like I was expecting maybe performances out of Valokar, maybe some of the other players, but this is good for them. This is what we want to see, especially in league play. As I mentioned earlier, this was a team that barely qualified into the Super Weekend, and right now here on week 2, with the experience that now these players are able to gather here on this kind of level, you're starting to see some of the other people starting to step it up, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see just them relying on the veterans. There's a lot of talent here, and this stuff, Glitter, makes me really happy.
I love it. I love it. I know you're probably a fan too, Jukes.
I love to see new names, you know, just really starting to make a name for themselves. SB had 6 kills in just 1 match, had a great performance. It was his time to shine today, guys. Again, make sure you follow all the socials, you know, ours included. You know, Hot Jukes, 7 Worlds Gaming, Glitter Explosion, Necro, Span Cargo, and Zute. We will catch you guys tomorrow. You'll have a wonderful night. Meow. Wow.
mm.